Chapter 1160. Eruption begins. First update. The sky turned dark as if a demon god had slashed the sky with his saber. As the saber slashed down, the saber light tore through the sky and shattered the earth. It was as if a thick ink brush had been swung, and the void was like a canvas. When the saber light dissipated like smoke, Chunzong was pushed back thousands of meters. The Heavenly Gate Mountain was even split open by the saber. A long gully was still filled with domineering saber aura, causing one's heart to palpitate. Executing the saber attack had almost exhausted all of his strength. The Heaven Demon General only felt a wave of weakness in his body. However, the human was not dead. He was not even injured. Little did he know that Chunzong had now gained a recognition of the Kanglan world. In the Kanglan world, Chunzong could unleash even more strength. Kill! The Heaven Demon General roared, but he did not take any action. In an instant, shocking auras shot up to the sky from all directions. Following that, figures broke out of the ground. They were all demon thearchs who had long concealed their auras. At this moment, they all attacked. Damn it! Despicable! The human thearchs were all enraged. They immediately reacted. With the 3 high-level thearch-ranked formidable martial artists in the lead, they unleashed all their strength and rushed towards Chunzong. They wanted to help Chunzong. The supreme genie of the human race should not fall under the demon race's scheme. In an instant, 22 demon thearch-ranked formidable martial artists attacked from all angles. It was as if an ancient volcano had erupted. They attacked with all their might just to kill the supreme genie of the human race. Among these demon thearchs, 9 were the Heaven Demon General's personal guards. There were 2 high-level demon thearchs and 7 mid-level demon thearchs. The other 13 were the flag-bearers of the 13 demon flags of the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall. There were 3 high-level demon thearchs and 10 mid-level demon thearchs. The black dragon soared through the sky. The saber light was peerless, and the fist force was like a mountain. The all-out attack looked as if it was going to shatter the sky. This was a premeditated attack. No matter the angle or timing, it was perfect. Even if the human thearch-ranked formidable martial artists reacted in time, everything was within the demon race's calculations. In the next breath, the human Jindy would be struck by 22 powerful attacks. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. In the blink of an eye, the corners of Chunzong's mouth curled up, his expression indifferent, not the slightest bit panicked by the Demon Emperor's attack. It was as if everything was under his control. In fact, Chunzong had long known that the demons had set up an ambush. Although the ambush of these demon sovereigns was very well hidden, and all their auras were concealed, making it impossible for the group of titled emperors to detect them, they couldn't escape Chunzong's spiritual senses. Chunzong had already seen everything clearly. Right now, Chunzong had already expected him to make a move. Everything was within his grasp. The long sword soared through the sky. The body of the sword trembled slightly, and a melodious sound shook the world. Immediately after, the white clouds in the sky were vast and mighty. A shocking aura was born in the sky, as if it was going to split the sky and earth apart. The heavenly might was brilliant and boundless, as if it was the wrath of the heavens. Sword of the heavenly heart. With the help of the heavens, the boundless power of the heavens and earth surged and condensed in this sword, erupting with a terrifying power. This sword was even stronger than when he had used it on the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. The Heavenly Demon General's eyelids suddenly twitched, and some fear grew from the depths of his heart. Under this sword, the 22 demon sovereigns who had unleashed their full strength seemed to have become small fries. Their full-strength attack also seemed to have become insignificant. The moment the 22 terrifying rays of black light came into contact with the sword light of the sword of the heavenly heart, they silently and rapidly melted away, like snow meeting the scorching sun. Between the heavens and earth, there was a bright light, and indistinct roars and roars could be heard, as if the heavens and earth were angry. The 22 demon sovereigns only felt their bodies freeze, as if they were frozen in the void, waiting for judgment. Their hearts were tormented. Boom! The majestic sword light directly bombarded the bodies of the 22 demon sovereigns, engulfing them. Then it bombarded the heavenly gate mountain that had been split open. The ground shook, and 2 cracks spread rapidly from the left and right, emitting endless light. The astonishing sound was infinitely pulled away, and the light became more and more intense, making people unable to open their eyes. To everyone's surprise, a black streak of light suddenly appeared in the void. It tore through the sky like a bolt of black lightning, carrying with it an indomitable killing intent. It seemed to break through the barriers of the world, cutting into the sword light and charging towards Chunzong. This blade, traversing heaven and earth. This blade, shattering the sky. This blade, ending life. This blade, all things wither. Heaven Old Demon Lord made his move. The 22 demon sovereigns attacked, which was the first wave, and Heaven Old Demon Lord made his move, which was the second wave. If the first wave of attack killed the human Jindy, then Heaven Old Demon Lord did not have to make his move. If the human Jindy was not killed, Heaven Old Demon Lord would appear and kill again. The strength of a top demon sovereign completely erupted in an instant. This blade used up all of Heaven Old Demon Lord's strength. Absolute kill blade. This blade, through the sword of the heavenly heart, made Chunzong's hair stand on end. However, Chunzong's expression was calm. This attack was also expected. Unexpectedly, the power was very strong. Horizontal sword. The blade and sword collided, and a terrifying power crazily poured out. The astonishing blade light blasted towards Chunzong, as if it wanted to tear Chunzong into pieces. But under Chunzong's exquisite sword technique, all the blade light was blocked and shattered. The light dissipated, and the 22 demon sovereigns who attacked fell to the ground one after another, each of them heavily injured, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. A huge crater was blasted out of Heaven Gate Mountain, which was 1,000 meters in size. 2 huge cracks spread to the left and right, which were 10,000 meters long. Looking down from above, it was like a huge mouth swallowing everything. It also emitted an astonishing sword chi fluctuation, carrying with it a brilliant heavenly might. In the sky, 2 figures confronted each other, and the blade and sword clashed. The astonishing chi was incomparably sharp, shooting out in all directions from the point of collision. Heaven Old Demon Lord's eyes were deep, like a black hole in the universe, staring at Chunzong, as if he wanted to absorb Chunzong's soul. Chunzong's eyes were white, like a boundless sea of clouds, and he was not affected in the slightest. The absolute kill blade was blocked, which was completely out of Heaven Old Demon Lord's expectations. But Heaven Old Demon Lord's reaction was extremely fast. His left hand bent into a claw, ruthlessly grabbing at Chunzong's heart, causing Chunzong's heart to unconsciously tighten. The index and middle fingers of his left hand were like a sword, and with a slash, an ancient sword mark was left in the void, like a sword piercing through the air, pointing at Heaven Old Demon Lord's claw. Blade and sword, finger and claw. After 1,000 years of suppression, Heaven Old Demon Lord's cultivation did not increase at all. Instead, it was constantly weakened. However, 1,000 years of time was not wasted. His cultivation could not increase, but he could comprehend martial arts. 1,000 years of accumulation allowed Heaven Old Demon Lord's comprehension of martial arts to reach an astonishing height. When he broke out of the seal, his cultivation was restored. Although there was no growth compared to 1,000 years ago, his strength was more than 30% stronger. Although the Heaven Old Demon General was powerful, Heaven Old Demon Lord was confident that he could defeat him within 100 moves. But now, he could not do anything to a human. This made Heaven Old Demon Lord very shocked. He thought that in this era, with his strength, he should be invincible. Chunzong was also very surprised. This top demon emperor's martial arts attainments were extremely high. He had already turned complexity into simplicity. Any move he used seemed simple and ordinary, but in fact, it contained infinite mysteries and could turn something rotten into something magical. Chunzong was sure that this demon emperor's strength was not only superb, but his martial arts were also extremely brilliant. It was something he had never seen before in his life. Of course, there were definitely many more who were better than his martial arts. However, they were all very strong and did not belong to the same level at all. For example, those half-step saints and even Saint Realm powerhouses. Kill. The human emperor powerhouses rushed over one after another, fighting fiercely with the injured 22 demon emperors. The heaven old demon general continued to recover his strength, his eyes staring at Chunzong. His heart was extremely shocked. In any case, he did not expect that this human Jiandi could survive 2 attacks, and even he was not injured at all. According to their deduction time and time again, the timing of the attack was grasped to the peak. Whether it was the Heaven Old Demon General or Heaven Old Demon Lord, in the face of such an attack, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. Their strength would be greatly reduced, and it would be difficult to escape. Little did they know that their so-called ambush had been known by Chunzong, and the sudden attack naturally did not work. Heaven Old Demon Lord's strength was indeed very strong. For a time, Chunzong could not defeat him, and could only maintain a tie. However, Chunzong's soul was more powerful after the liquefaction. His spiritual sense was extremely strong, and coupled with his terrifying perception, he gradually grasped the essence of Heaven Old Demon Lord's martial arts. A sword slashed out horizontally. The vast expanse of white sword light carried with it the power of heaven and earth of the blue billow world. It seemed ordinary, but it was mysterious to the extreme. The changes of heaven and earth caused Heaven Ancient Demon Lord's expression to change greatly. Heaven Old Demon Lord was shocked to find that in the face of this sword, he could not dodge. The changes contained in it were beyond his understanding. The sword's speed was extremely fast and did not give Heaven Old Demon Lord any extra time, directly slashing down. Heaven Old Demon Lord could only resist. This was also the first time he resisted Chunzong's attack, because he could not rely on his own exquisite martial arts to resolve it. This sword carried the extremely vigorous power of heaven and earth, and Chunzong's tyrannical strength, and the sword forced Heaven Old Demon Lord to retreat. Heart-settling sword. The sword finger of his left hand drew a line in the air, and the sword light broke through the air. Heaven Heart Sword. The third sword followed, and the majestic might of heaven descended. Heaven Old God Fist. Heaven Old Demon Lord roared, and an astonishing aura gushed out from his body, soaring into the sky. A huge figure was entrenched in the air, raising a huge fist, shaking the void, and with a boundless and vigorous intent, fiercely punched out. This punch was the ultimate move that Heaven Old Demon Lord had comprehended after being suppressed for 1,000 years. Its power was extremely tyrannical. One punch, shattering the dome of the sky, invincible. Whether it was the heart-settling sword or the Heaven Heart Sword, they were all shattered under this punch. The terrifying fist energy blasted out, as if the sky had collapsed, suppressing the earth and destroying all living things. Chunzong's body was suppressed, and the surrounding space was completely solidified, like a piece of steel crazily squeezing. This kind of power, even the body of a low-level devil emperor could not withstand and would directly collapse. Chunzong's physique was tyrannical, his strength was powerful, and with the protection of the blue billow world, he was unharmed. The white light in Chunzong's eyes became denser and denser, and the sea of clouds in the bottom of his eyes gradually surged, as if sweeping away, turning into an entire world. This was the world of the clouds, and also the world of the heart. Following the clouds, following the heart without heart, intentional or unintentional. Clouds move with the heart, thinking with the heart. Chapter 1161. The ancient god fist smashed down, as if the sky had collapsed, and a part of the world was suppressed. Time and space stagnated. The mighty and domineering punch carried with it a terrifying force that was like a mountain crashing down. The human race, titled emperors and demon emperors who were fighting fiercely, all stopped because the terrifying aura had spread to their bodies, causing them to be extremely shocked and unable to move their bodies. They felt as if their bodies were about to be crushed. In the distance, the heavenly demon general, who had recovered his strength, was also secretly frightened. Heaven Ancient Demon Lord could unleash such a terrifying attack, which was much stronger than his own unique skill, Heavenly Demon Blade. Terrifying, he believed that if this punch landed, the human Jindy would not be able to resist at all and would be smashed into pieces in an instant. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, each of them holding their breaths. Everyone was watching. This blow would determine life and death. Thoughtless and unintentional, sword Tao boundless. The boundless aura became denser and denser, pervading his entire body. Chunzong seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, blowing in the void, turning into a cloud, floating between heaven and earth. Heartless sword, a voice that came from the deepest part of his heart, the deepest part of his soul. Chunzong waved his sword. There was no need for a specific posture. As he wished, any angle could be used. There was no fixed trajectory, and it was natural and unconstrained. Not for the sake of using the sword. The sword was unintentional and did not exist between heaven and earth. This sword was a part of what Chunzong had comprehended before. Now that he was under the terrifying pressure of the ancient heaven demon lord's ancient divine fist, he was inspired to use it. Boundless sword. The solidified void was pierced, and a poochie sound was heard. Heaven Ancient Demon Lord's full-strength punch, and that terrifying fist shadow was immediately pierced. The sword that was exquisite to the extreme seemed to have merged with heaven and earth, untraceable, unavoidable, and unstoppable. Heaven Ancient Demon Lord could only watch as a beam of sword light pierced through the void. The sword light was fluctuating in the void, and he did not know where it would stab. He could not dodge or resist. Explode. Since he could not dodge or resist, then he would erupt with all his strength to strengthen his defense. His power gushed out in an instant, turning into a black oval that covered his entire body. Heaven Old Devil Lord had always disdained this kind of method. He preferred to use his own brilliant martial arts to break the opponent's attack, but he had no choice but to do so. A sword arrived, piercing through the layer of black energy defense, and like a hot knife through butter, it shot towards Heaven Old Demon Lord. With a poochie sound, Heaven Old Demon Lord's heart was pierced. Pure demonic energy erupted once more, clamping down on the sword. Heaven Ancient Demon Lord's face was ferocious, a bloodthirsty red light shooting out from his eyes. He thrust out a finger, piercing towards Chunzong's head, as if he wanted to make Chunzong's head explode. Under normal circumstances, if one's heart was pierced, they would suffer great damage and would not be able to retaliate. However, Heaven Old Devil Lord did not seem to be affected at all. His powerful counterattack was extremely terrifying, and he wanted to kill Chunzong. Even if he were to die, he would drag someone down with him. Moreover, he might not necessarily die. Facing this finger, Chunzong's eyes flashed. His left hand reached behind him and grabbed the hilt of the Nirvana evil sword. The sword shot out like an aurora, and an evil aura spread out. The grayish-white sword light slashed down in an instant. Heaven Old Demon Lord's finger was shattered. The intense pain made Heaven Old Demon Lord's heart relax. The scarlet flame-sharp sword twisted, and a terrifying sword chi erupted. The two swords went berserk, rolling up an astonishing sword storm, madly slashing out. Each sword carried a terrifying power. Slash, slash, slash. Everyone was stunned. They could only watch helplessly as Heaven Old Demon Lord was engulfed by the blazing sword light. From the time Heaven Old Demon Lord made his move until now, the time was actually very short. Heaven Old Demon General's strength had only recovered by 30%, but at this moment, he was not allowed to continue recovering his strength. Erupting, a blade slashed through the air, ruthlessly slashing towards Chunzong. Nirvana sword chi trembled, An array of nirvana sword chi shot out, immediately shattering the blade light. The grayish-white sword chi was like a hot knife through butter, bringing with it an extreme aura of nirvana, causing Heaven Old Demon General's hair to stand on end, not daring to take it head-on. The sword light paused, and Heaven Old Demon Lord's body was fragmented, falling down like a pile of minced meat. Looking carefully, the minced meat was dry, like withered tree bark. The Nirvana evil sword devoured all of Heaven Old Demon Lord's vitality. Since entering the devouring devil forbidden land, killing the void evil devils and devouring their vitality, the Nirvana evil sword had some changes. For example, now it could actually devour the vitality of others. When it was in Ichinchio's hands, it did not have such an ability. More than 1,000 years ago, his might shook the continent, sweeping across the Tsanglan continent with the Heaven Old Demon Hall, bringing about a great disaster. Even a half-step saint-level powerhouse at that time could not kill him, and could only suppress him under the sea for 1,000 years. Now he had broken out of the seal, and his strength had become even more powerful, but he was actually dead. Even if the half-step saint-level powerhouse back then, strictly speaking, could not be called a true half-step saint-level. The contrast was too great, and all of a sudden, everyone fell into a daze. It was as if a great demon king who wreaked havoc in the world had suddenly been killed, without a bang. The surroundings were silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Heaven Old Demon Hall's 13 demon banners were all dumbfounded. In their hearts, Heaven Old Demon Lord was incomparably strong and could not be killed, but now he was dead, killed by the Jindi of the human clan. For a time, they could not react at all. The Heavenly Demon General was also shocked. There was no doubt that Heaven Old Demon Lord's strength was stronger than him, but now he was killed, and his bones were not left. His fate was extremely miserable. This was originally a conspiracy set up by the Demon Clan and the Demon Dao. The purpose was to kill the Jindi of the human clan. Unexpectedly, even the life of Heaven Old Demon Lord was lost. If Heaven Old Demon Lord still had a little consciousness, he would probably be puzzled as to why this would happen. More than 1,000 years ago, even though he was defeated and suppressed, he was still alive. Now that he had broken out of the seal, he was even more powerful and was destined to unify the Tsanglan continent. How could he die like this, and die so sullenly? To Chunzong, it was a pity that he could not refine Heaven Old Demon Lord's blood into a blood bead. After all, the power contained in the blood essence of a peak demon emperor was not little, and it was very useful to him. Although it was a pity, Chunzong did not immerse himself in it. The Nirvana evil sword returned to its scabbard, and with a slash of the crimson flame-sharp sword, the sword light broke through the air and attacked the Heavenly Demon General. Heaven Old Demon Lord was already dead, and a big disaster was removed. There was only the Heavenly Demon General, a peak demon emperor, left. If he was killed, the demon clan would be defeated. Kill. The Heavenly Demon General's strength was almost depleted, and he immediately fled into the distance. Things could not be done. It was better to leave first, and then ask for help, allowing more demon emperors to enter the surface and kill this human. Heaven Heart's sword. A sword slashed down. The heavenly might was brilliant, as if the heavens were angry, causing the Heavenly Demon General's heart to tremble. This sword was difficult to dodge, and he erupted with all his strength to deal with it. With a boom, the Heavenly Demon General's body fell. Chunzong turned into a sword light and quickly approached, slashing out. With a poochie sound, blood splattered in the sky. The Heavenly Demon General's head was cut off, and blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. Using the blood refining technique, the Heavenly Demon General's blood essence was immediately refined into blood beads. The Heavenly Demon General was from the Demon King clan, and his essence was very tyrannical. He was also a peak demon emperor, and his blood essence was very vigorous. First was Heaven Old Demon Lord, then the Heavenly Demon General. 2 peak demon emperors died one after another, causing the demon clan's morale to plummet, and Chunzong held his sword and killed the other demon emperors. Kill, kill, kill. With a sword in hand, even a high-level demon emperor could be killed in 3 swords, invincible. Coupled with the suppression of the human clan's titled emperor, it did not take long for all 22 demon emperors to die, turning into 22 blood beads. Kill. Tens of thousands of demon clan's elite army could not escape, and were crazily killed by the human clan's martial artists. The demon clan's army, whose morale had fallen to the extreme, found it difficult to exert their strength to the extreme. In the end, the human clan's side, with the smallest loss, completely annihilated tens of thousands of demon clan's elite army. Corpses were everywhere, but it made the human clan's side happy. This was the greatest victory they had seen so far. 2 peak demon emperors, a group of high-level and mid-level demon emperors, and tens of thousands of demon clan's elite army were all annihilated, and not a single one escaped. Take advantage of the victory to pursue, and kill our way to the demon-suppressing fortress. A high-level demon emperor immediately said, and then looked at Shenzong. Supreme Jindy, what do you think? Shenzong nodded. Indeed, the human clan's morale was greatly boosted, and their fighting spirit soared to the sky. It was the best time to counterattack. Kill. The army advanced forward majestically, killing their way into the continent and eliminating the demon Dao forces. After losing their peak powerhouses, the demon Dao side did not have much resistance at all, and were instantly defeated, fleeing like birds and beasts. They pushed forward all the way to the west. There were still many demon clan's guards at the demon-suppressing fortress, and some low-level demon emperors. Before they knew what had happened, a group of human clan's titled emperor powerhouses and human clan sky profound realm powerhouses had already arrived. Kill without mercy. Even though the environment here was more favorable to the demon clan and unfavorable to the human clan, the demon clan could not resist the human clan's soaring fighting spirit. Shenzong was naturally among them, and with a slash of his sword, a demon emperor fell and was refined into blood beads. Several demon emperors died one after another, and the remaining demon clan members were also killed. Destroy the passage. This was the most important thing. If the passage was not destroyed, the demon clan would open it again, enter the surface, and attack the Kanglan continent again. With Shenzong as the leader and a group of human clan's titled emperor powerhouses as support, under an all-out attack, the space passage that the demon clan had spent a lot of energy to open was destroyed in an instant. Of course, one day in the future, the demon clan might open the space passage again, descend to the surface again, and launch another attack, but that was unknown how many years later and had nothing to do with Shenzong. Each era had its own leader. This time's attack had plunged the people into an abyss of misery and suffering. Countless powerhouses had died, and countless inheritances had been severed. If it happened again, the Kanglan continent's martial arts level would regress by many years. However, there were also advantages and disadvantages. Under the pressure of the demon clan and the demon path, there were many people with great potential among the human clan who rose in this chaotic world. However, no one could compare with the Supreme Jindy Shenzong. The Supreme Jindy, one man and one sword coming from the east, one sword going straight to the west. With one sword in hand, he was invincible, killing countless demon clan and demon path cultivators. His sword was stained with the blood of countless demon clan and demon path cultivators. He even killed his way into the earth demon abyss, and with the strength of one man and one sword, he killed countless demon clan powerhouses. He could be called a legend. Those of the same generation as the Supreme Jindy were all overshadowed. Chapter 1162. In the Kanglan continent, the sky was blue and cloudless. It was clear as if it had been carefully washed. The chaotic, demonic aura that originally occupied all the continents in the Kanglan continent had disappeared without a trace. Even the demon suppression fortress, which was first occupied by the demon clan, had clear skies. The demon clan had been completely wiped out. However, there were still human martial artists guarding the demon suppression fortress. They reorganized the demon suppression army to guard the area and prevent the demon clan from opening another space tunnel. This time, There were a total of 10 titled emperors guarding the fortress. It was enough to deal with any unexpected situation. However, in some continents, there were still demon cultivators who were struggling at death's door. The titled emperors of the human race jointly issued a demon-slaying order. Righteous martial artists could obtain merits by killing demon cultivators. These merits could be used to exchange for cultivation techniques, martial arts, and even treasures. The rewards were very generous. Demon cultivators became the target of scorn. Chunzong did not pay attention to all of this because he was in seclusion. He refined a large number of blood pearls to improve his body, refining cultivation. Chunzong refined the blood pearls that contained amazing power. His chi and blood continued to strengthen, and so did his dragon power. Then it nourished his bones, muscles, and organs. Waves of dragon roars came from Chunzong's body. It was like thunder that shook heaven and earth. When all the blood pearls were refined and absorbed, Chunzong's body refining cultivation also stabilized. Late-stage dragon power realm level 9. The further he progressed, the harder it was to improve his cultivation. However, it was beyond Chunzong's expectations to be able to reach late-stage dragon power realm level 9. His body trembled slightly, and the sound of bones and tendons rang out. It was like the sound of thunder from tigers and leopards. It spread in all directions and shook the void. Tyrannical power filled his body, and the void rippled out layer by layer. It hit the hard walls all around and bounced back. The collision of the ripples created a storm in the secret cultivation room. In the center of the storm was Chunzong. Suppress. With a soft shout, the storm paused. Then it blew away like a breeze and dissipated. The wind was calm and the waves were calm. When he inhaled, there was a shocking whistling sound. It was like a whale sucking in water and a dragon swallowing clouds. The air in the secret cultivation room was instantly sucked in, turning it into a vacuum. The air from the outside world immediately seeped in and replenished the air. As he exhaled, the astonishing whistling sound became even more intense. It was like a thunderclap that swept up a hurricane, causing a series of explosions. This breath contained an extremely terrifying power, as if it was going to blow up the secret room from the inside. He inhaled like a whale and exhaled like a heavenly dragon. It was obvious that Chunzong's body and internal organs were strong. Opening the closed door, the secret room was suddenly swept out by a turbulent storm, making whistling sounds. Now that the disaster of the devil race has been resolved, the devil path is struggling at death's door. Chunzong narrowed his eyes and looked at the clear sky. The sky was clear, the earth was bright, and his mind was pure. Most of his wish to return to the Kanglan world had been accomplished. The only thing left was to return to the eastern land of Chaotian Island and reunite with his family. This was Chunzong's final wish. Once it was completed, he would be able to leave Blue Wave's world without any regrets and return to Lingwu Holy World. He bid farewell to his master, the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain. As for his eldest senior brother, Tangwal, he was now guarding the demon-suppressing fortress again. As for his second senior brother, Feng Shifui, he was searching everywhere for Devil Path experts to kill. Now, you have far surpassed me. Only you can walk the path in the future. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain sighed with emotion. When he had accepted Chunzong as his disciple, he had taken a fancy to Chunzong's talent and temperament. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain believed that one day, Chunzong might surpass him. However, it would take at least 100 years. 100 years was the most conservative estimate. He had never expected that after he had woken up from his coma, his disciple would have such astonishing achievements in less than 20 years. The supreme Jiandi of the human race. A sword coming from the east repelled the devil race and defeated the devil path, becoming a supreme legend. However, as his master, he had not truly taught Chunzong anything. He had to say that it was a kind of regret. However, to Chunzong, he respected this master of Blue Feather Mountain from the bottom of his heart. Back then, if his master had not done his best, he would have died under the devil race's attack. Master, I'm leaving. Chunzong left behind many things that were useless to him, but useful to his master. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times before getting up and leaving. Looking at Chunzong's departing figure, the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain suddenly had a feeling that perhaps it would be difficult to see his disciple again in this lifetime. This was a farewell. Chunzong was extremely fast, like an aurora streaking across the sky. He flew rapidly out of the Kanglan continent. Soon, he had flown out of the Taiyuan continent. Not long after, Chunzong saw a vast ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. The deep blue ocean water was constantly fluctuating. Huge sea beasts wandered freely in the ocean, causing thousands of waves to rise. Looking at the deep blue ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see, Chunzong could not help but be immersed in his memories. Many years ago, when he left Chaotian Island, he took Qing Chen's spiritual boat to the Kanglan continent. However, he encountered a fight with experts on the way. The spiritual boat was destroyed, and he lost contact with Qing Chen. After experiencing life and death, he finally arrived at the Kanglan continent and began his journey as an expert. Thinking of Qing Chen, Chunzong felt a little regretful. During the Devil Race's invasion, Qing Chen fought with the Devil Race and disappeared. Perhaps he was dead, or perhaps something else. In short, Chunzong made some inquiries but found nothing. Even the Qing family did not know. In his memories, Chunzong did not slow down. Soon, he crossed the ocean and arrived at Chaotian Island. After arriving at Chaotian Island, Chunzong naturally went to the Zongjing sword sect first. This sect could be considered as the beginning of his sword Dao. Chunzong was already a founding member of the Zongjing sword sect. Chunzong's return was celebrated by the entire Zongjing sword sect. Otherwise, if Chunzong had kept a low profile, the Zongjing sword sect would have held a banquet to celebrate for 7 days and 7 nights. After staying in the Zongjing sword sect for half a day, Chunzong could not hold back his desire to return home. He quickly left. Crossing the 100 Beast Mountain range, Chunzong's emotions were fluctuating. He was secretly excited. His father, Chun Jingtang, his concubine, his younger sister, Chun Chuyun, and other important people were still alive. Moreover, they were living well. In the past, Chunzong had defeated all of his powerful enemies, allowing the Chun family to rebuild, take root, and monopolize a city for development. With the cultivation methods, martial arts, and resources left behind by Chunzong, as well as the protection of the puppet experts, as well as the friends of the true martial sex experts, these years, the Chun family had been developing smoothly. Now, the Chun family was one of the most famous families on the Eastern continent. Chun Jingtang was a master of the true martial realm, and Chun Chuyun was also a master of the true martial realm. They were also famous sword masters on the Eastern continent. After returning home and seeing his family, Chunzong relaxed completely. It was a kind of relaxation that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. The wanderer had returned home, and the weary bird had returned to its nest. Chunzong was not a weary bird, because his martial arts and sword arts had just begun. He had just stepped on the road of becoming a master. It was more appropriate to describe Chunzong as a young eagle spreading its wings. However, the words wanderer vividly described Chunzong's state of mind. After several expansions, the Chun family mansion had become very large. There were also pavilions, bamboo forests, and so on. The environment was beautiful. There was a lake in the bamboo forest. The lake water was green, and a leaf boat was gently floating on the lake. A white figure was lying on the bamboo leaf boat. His hand were placed behind his head as a pillow. His eyes were half closed, and he was looking at the sky. Clouds were floating in the sky. He was leisurely and free. This was Chunzong. After returning home and reuniting with his family, Chunzong put aside his cultivation for the time being. When he was free, he would lie here and let his body float on the water with a bamboo leaf boat, watching the clouds in the sky. Chunzong discovered that this actually had an obvious improvement to his mental state. Brother Zong, a cold voice with a bit of sharpness came from the shore. It's Sister Yin. Chunzong slowly got up and looked at the tall figure on the shore with a smile. It was Chun Chuyun. Long ago, Chun Shuyun taught Chunzong how to practice swordsmanship. Strictly speaking, Chun Shuyun was Chunzong's initiator in swordsmanship. But now, Chunzong was far ahead of Chun Shuyun, not only in cultivation, but also in swordsmanship. There was no comparison between the two of them. Now that Chunzong was back, and Chun Shuyun liked practicing swordsmanship, he naturally asked Chunzong for help. As his family, Chunzong certainly would not be stingy. He tried his best to teach Chun Shuyun swordsmanship. However, Chunzong's level of swordsmanship was countless times higher than Chun Shuyun's. It was like comparing the sun to a firefly. If Chun Shuyun did not understand something that was too profound, not only would it not be of any help, but it might even have a negative effect and cause him to go mad. But Chunzong's level was extremely high. He quickly sorted out an effective method and explained it in simple terms, causing Chun Shuyun's swordsmanship to improve by leaps and bounds again. This time, after Chun Shuyun digested and absorbed Chunzong's guidance, he came again to ask for Chunzong's guidance. In this bamboo forest, in this lake, Chunzong once again taught Chun Shuyun swordsmanship. In terms of swordsmanship, Chun Shuyun was indeed somewhat talented. Chunzong knew that this kind of time and opportunity was very, very rare for him. Not long after, he would set off again and leave the Kanglan world to return to the spiritual, martial sacred world. He would pursue an even higher path of cultivation and pursue an even higher path of the sword. This was a rare opportunity, so he naturally had to seize every moment. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. This was the last day. Although he felt very happy to be with his family, Chunzong also knew that this was not what he wanted. After a short reunion, it was a long farewell. Chunzong did not know if he would have a chance to return to the Kanglan world. Maybe he could, but it would require a very, very powerful strength to be able to break through the boundary. At that time, Chunzong did not know whether his father, sister Yun, and the others would still be alive. After all, the lifespan of the real martial arts realm was very limited, about 200 years. Even if they maintained their health, they could only live for another 20 or 30 years. Knowing that Chunzong was leaving, the atmosphere was a little serious. Son, eat more. Aunt Yun smiled at Chunzong, her face full of kindness. Have a drink with me, Chun Jingtang said in a deep voice. Parents worried about their son traveling thousands of miles. Not to mention that Chunzong did not know how far he would go. After the meal, Chunzong chatted with his family until late at night. Father, Aunt Yun, Sister Yun, I have to go. Chunzong got up and said to them, although he was reluctant to part. Be careful. Chun Jingtang raised his hand, but in the end, he put it down and said seriously, Brother Zong, remember to come back if you have the chance. Chun Shuyun smiled slightly, very reluctant to part. Chapter 1163. In the void of the universe, it was vast and boundless. The passage was like an endless stream of light, spreading rapidly from the Tsanglan world to the front. The speed was extremely fast, and the end was the Lingwu holy world. In the passage, a figure was protected by an invisible force, moving forward quickly with the stream of light. It was Chunzong. He returned to the Tsanglan world in a hurry, but unexpectedly, there was a major change in the Tsanglan world. Fortunately, his strength was not weak, and he had a very significant improvement in the Tsanglan world. Finally, he pacified the chaos of the demon race and the demon path, saved the common people, and fulfilled all kinds of wishes. He had no regrets. Today he bid farewell to his master and family, left the Tsanglan world, and returned to the Lingwu holy world. After spending a month with his family, Chunzong did not deliberately cultivate, nor did he take the initiative to cultivate. He spent a lot of time with his family, occasionally looking at the water and the sky. Unknowingly, his state of mind improved greatly. Although his cultivation did not improve, his state of mind improved greatly, which was also very important. The state of mind determined the height. The higher you stood, the farther you could see. This time, returning to the Lingwu holy world, Chunzong wanted to cultivate wholeheartedly and pursue a higher path. The stream of light attacked, and the tyrannical power, like a divine sword descending, silently tore a hole in the world barrier of the Lingwu holy world. That hole was insignificant to the entire Lingwu holy world, but it was enough for Chunzong to pass through. As soon as he entered the world barrier of the Lingwu holy world, pure and majestic heaven and earth origin qi surged from all directions, wrapping Chunzong's body. Immediately, wisps of heaven and earth origin qi crazily drilled into Chunzong's body. The 8 spiritual wheels rotated at full speed, quickly refining. His whole body felt as if he was soaked in a hot spring, and his whole body was comfortable. This wonderful feeling made Chunzong squint his eyes. The Canglan world was not as good as the Lingwu holy world. There was only heaven and earth origin qi, but not heaven and earth origin qi. Heaven and earth origin qi was a level lower than heaven and earth origin qi in essence. Therefore, Chunzong, who cultivated the cultivation methods of the Lingwu sacred world, found it difficult to improve much in the blue billow world. Even when his body was under the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it was also unable to be nourished. Now that he had returned to the Lingwu sacred world, it was like rain after a long drought. He recklessly absorbed the energy of the world to nourish his body. Chunzong's cultivation gradually improved because of his high state of mind. In the Lingwu holy world, with Chunzong's current cultivation, he could not fly directly. He could only summon the white cloud and slowly descend. When Chunzong landed on the ground, he made a breakthrough in his qi refining cultivation. 8th layer transcendent realm middle stage. In Blue Wave world, Chunzong's qi refining cultivation had reached the early stage of transcendent realm 8th layer. Now that he had returned to the Lingwu holy world, his superb state of mind and the numerous life and death battles in Blue Wave world had stimulated his potential, allowing him to break through and stabilize his qi refining cultivation. Immediately, Chunzong's face lit up with joy, and he quickly sat down cross-legged. Before this, Chunzong had already used his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. There was no danger. Circulating the white cloud ultimate art, his spiritual energy surged endlessly and surpassed his limits. After half an hour, Chunzong's spiritual energy fluctuations became purer and stronger. Breakthrough. This time, he had broken through to the 15th level of the white cloud ultimate art. As a spiritual level top-grade cultivation method, the white cloud extreme true technique had at least 18 levels. However, there were very few outer sect disciples who could cultivate the white cloud extreme true technique to the 18th level. Even those in the top 10 of the Yin leaderboard could not do so. The 15th level was already a very high level. Among all the outer sect disciples in White Cloud Mountain, it was definitely one of the best. Moreover, Chunzong's 15th level was not a simple 15th level. The purity of the White Cloud Ultimate Art's spiritual energy was comparable to the 17th level, or even slightly better. It was between the 17th and 18th levels. With a breakthrough in his cultivation and cultivation technique, his qi refining cultivation had become stronger. His overall strength had also become stronger. Exhaling, Chunzong shot out a breath like a sword and stood up. Looking around, there was a barren mountain in the distance. Chunzong spread out his spiritual sense. The rules of the Lingwu holy world were more perfect than those of the Kanglan world. Therefore, the degree of suppression was greater. Here, the range of spiritual sense was far less than that of the Kanglan world. However, Chunzong's liquefied soul was more powerful, so was his spiritual sense. Even a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm could not compare with Chunzong's spiritual sense. Half-Saint level. Now, Chunzong's spiritual sense had reached the half-Saint level. In terms of quality, it was even better than that of a half-Saint. After carefully sensing, Chunzong made a choice. He used the Heavenly Crane Wind Chaser movement technique. As if he had turned into a white crane, he spread his wings and flew in a beautiful arc in the air, disappearing into the distance. At the foot of the green bamboo mountain, a figure stood tall. The cyan robe was close to his body. It was as soft as silk and rippled like water. His figure was slender, and his aura was elegant. As the breeze blew, he seemed to be drifting in the wind. The young man in the cyan robe had a smooth face, like a white jade, exuding a hazy halo. His eyes were closed, and his aura was gentle. His breathing was almost undetectable. His whole person seemed to have merged with the world. Not long after, 3 more figures flew over from the distance and stopped a few thousand meters away from the young man in the cyan robe. He has merged with the world. No wonder he is the chosen one of the ethereal heavenly palace. Of course, Senior Brother Mu is the second strongest person on the ethereal heavenly palace's minor heavenly palace list. Few people can compare with him. The second on a minor heavenly palace list must have the strength of a half-saint. The 3 of them did not speak loudly, but they did not deliberately suppress their voices. With Mu Beihuan's hearing, he naturally heard everything clearly. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. His closed eyes did not open, as if he was in a deep sleep. However, all the movements in the outside world were under his control. More people came from afar. When they were a few thousand meters away, they all stopped and watched from afar. I'm looking forward to it. A strong man's eyes were burning, and his voice was full of excitement. The battle between the second on the ethereal heavenly palace list and the second on the White Cloud Mountain list is of course exciting. An old man's voice was calm, but his eyes were full of excitement. The people who came were all here to watch the battle. Some were disciples of forces, and some were rogue cultivators. For cultivators, watching the battle between masters was very beneficial. Especially when it was a battle between 2 geniuses, people were even more eager to watch. Perhaps they could gain some enlightenment from it and improve themselves. At this moment, a white crane spread its wings and flew over. After gliding in the air, it quickly landed after hearing the discussion. It was Chenzong. The second on the White Cloud Mountain list is Gao Hongjing. Chenzong thought to himself. Chenzong did not forget that when he became a disciple of White Cloud Mountain and received a large number of contribution points, a disciple named Su came to him and asked him to give up his contribution points to follow the so-called Senior Brother Gao. The so-called Senior Brother Gao was Gao Hongjing, the second on the White Cloud Mountain list. That disciple named Su was at the middle stage of the Transcendent Realm 9th level at that time, much stronger than Chenzong, but he was not even in the top 10 of the White Cloud Mountain list. Then, what about the second on the White Cloud Mountain list? How strong was he? At that time, Chenzong was very curious, but he had other things to do, so he did not think much about it. He did not expect that the first thing he encountered after returning to the Lingwu Holy World was Gao Hongjing wanting to fight with someone, and his opponent was the second on the Ethereal Heavenly Palace list. Ethereal Heavenly Palace and White Cloud Mountain were both 8-star forces. In terms of overall strength, they were on par. The nature of the Lesser Heavenly Palace list was similar to the White Cloud Mountain list. Of course, the saying that they were on par was just a theory. In the world of cultivators, the strong were respected. Without a real fight, it was difficult to determine who was stronger based on the rankings on the different lists. I'll take this opportunity to see how strong Gao Hongjing is, Chenzong thought to himself. He made up his mind and stood in the crowd, waiting. Time passed slowly. A moment later, why hasn't Gao Hongjing come yet? Don't you want to fight? That's impossible. I know a little about Gao Hongjing. He is overbearing and stand by his words. Since there is a fight, he will definitely come, unless there is some delay. A moment later, some people gradually became impatient, but Mu Beihuan, the person involved, still had his eyes closed. His breath was gentle and ethereal. He was not anxious at all, as if all the changes in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Ha ha ha! Mu Beihuan, you can't wait to be defeated, can you? Suddenly, a loud and overbearing voice sounded, as if it had fallen from the sky and turned into a gust of wind. The voice contained amazing, overbearing magnificence, which made people's hearts tremble. Mu Beihuan's eyes, which had been closed, opened in an instant. In an instant, it was as if a bright light had torn the darkness apart. The divine light was clear and bright, shining on the world. All the people who were staring at Mu Beihuan suddenly trembled in fear, as if they had been seen through. As bright as the stars, as deep as the cold abyss. The overbearing aura seemed to have descended from the ninth heaven. Immediately, a stalwart figure fell to the ground with an amazing aura like a falling star. With a boom, the earth shook and dust rolled like waves. After 10 breaths, the dust settled. A tall figure stood in front of Mu Beihuan. They were 1,000 meters apart. The ground had collapsed, and countless cracks were everywhere. It was a shocking sight. So strong. Chenzong's heart couldn't help but jump, and his eyelids trembled. This power was even more overbearing than that of the top demon emperors in the Kanglan world. But he didn't know if he had reached the half-saint level. However, it didn't seem strange that he was ranked second on the cloud list, and his strength had reached the half-saint level. Gao Hongjing, anyone can talk big, Mu Beihuan said calmly. Mu Beihuan spoke unhurriedly. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it seemed to have a unique rhythm that made people unable to help but listen carefully. You'll know soon whether I'm talking big or not. Gao Hongjing was not affected at all. He let out a long roar, and his power shook the sky as if it could shatter the sky. A terrible aura exploded from his body, rushing in all directions and rolling up a gust of wind that reached 10,000 meters away. The faces of the people thousands of meters away changed, and they hurriedly retreated. This kind of battle was impressive, but if they were not careful and were affected, it would be okay if they were injured or even fatal. How pitiful it would be to die because of watching the battle. The roars surged, and thousands of clouds surged in all directions. The clouds in the sky turned into a rolling sea of clouds, pressing down on Mu Beihuan. Chapter 1164. Fifth update, monthly ticket subscription. The clouds in the sky were vast and mighty, and the wind swept across the sky. Endless pressure descended, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Chenzong looked dignified, and he was even more surprised. It was just a collision of auras, but it was already so powerful. It was truly terrifying. Gao Hongjing's aura became even more domineering, as if it wanted to dominate the world. Mu Beihuan's aura became more ethereal, allowing Gao Hongjing's domineering aura to oppress him, but he was not affected at all. The clouds became denser, and the sky gradually darkened, as if a storm was coming. So scary. He hasn't made a move yet, but his aura is already so powerful. I wonder what will happen when he makes a move. The spectators retreated 10,000 meters away so that they would not feel so oppressed and would not be easily affected. However, Gao Hongjing's strong right arm suddenly stretched out to the side and clenched his 5 fingers. The void suddenly shook, and an extremely terrifying aura instantly burst out from his palm, like a volcanic eruption. A beam of intense and majestic red light surged, occupying the void. When the red light dissipated, Gao Hongjing's right hand was tightly holding a dragon devourer's spear. It was entirely red, as if a flaming dragon was occupying it. The half-meter-long spear tip was as wide as a palm. It looked like a burning flame, and it was extremely domineering. Crimson Dragon Sky, Splitting Spear. That's right, that's Senior Brother Gao's natural spiritual weapon, the Crimson Dragon Sky, Splitting Spear. It's already a 9th grade spiritual weapon, and it can become a half-step sacred weapon if it's upgraded, an outer sect disciple said proudly, as if he was Gao Hongjing himself. Natural spiritual weapons were different from ordinary spiritual weapons. After an ordinary spiritual weapon was refined, its grade would remain the same, and it could not be upgraded. If one wanted to upgrade it, they would have to add better materials to reforge it, which was equivalent to a new spiritual weapon. Natural spiritual weapons were different. The embryos were nurtured by nature and carefully forged by master blacksmiths. They contained congenital chi and could be upgraded. Gao Hongjing's Crimson Dragon Sky Splitting Spear was a natural spiritual weapon. When he obtained it, it was only a 7th grade spiritual weapon. Under Gao Hongjing's continuous efforts, It was finally upgraded to 9th grade, and its power increased greatly. With the Crimson Dragon Sky splitting spear in hand, Gao Hongjing's aura became even more domineering, and it spread out in all directions, cracking the ground and drying up. Innate spiritual weapon. Mu Beihuan narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a little envious. It was a natural spiritual weapon. It was an excellent spiritual weapon that could grow along with him. It wasn't impossible for it to grow to the semi-sage level or even become a sacred weapon. Moreover, a natural spiritual weapon that grew up with him would undoubtedly be more compatible with him. It could even assist him in unleashing his strength more thoroughly. This was something that ordinary spiritual weapons could not compare to. Although Mu Beihuan was envious, his movements were not slow in the slightest. He reached out with his hand, and a streak of light immediately flew out from his storage ring and transformed into a thin sword. The body of the sword was slender and long. It was suffused with a silver brilliance that was as bright as the stars. Grade 9 Spirit Weapon, Silver Star Meteor Sword. With the sword in his hand, Mu Beihuan's ethereal aura became sharper. Mu Beihuan, take this. With a loud roar, his strong right arm shook, and the body of the spear vibrated, emitting waves of dragon roars. It was as if a fire dragon had come out of the abyss and roared to the heavens and earth. Immediately, the spear pierced toward Mu Beihuan. It was as if a meteor had fallen from the sky. Heavenly fire rained down, and an astonishing fire swept out. The white clouds in the sky were also dyed red, as if they were being burned by the flames. The spear pierced through the sky like a fire dragon. It was extremely terrifying as it carried with it thousands of flames. What a powerful flame power! Shenzong was secretly shocked. Currently, the Heartsword Force was the highest among his extraordinary secret powers, which had reached the 6th level. As for the White Cloud Force, it was only at the 4th level because he lacked the secret cloud technique. The flame power was the lowest, only at the 1st level. However, the flame power that Gao Hongjing displayed was more advanced than his Heartsword Force. It was at least at the 7th level, or even the 8th level. Every time the extraordinary secret powers increased by 1 level, their power would increase significantly, and their strength would also increase significantly. Boom! This spear was extremely hot and domineering, as if it was going to shatter the heavens and earth. It carried with it a terrifying power that rushed toward Mu Beihuan, crushing everything, shattering everything, and burning everything. Mu Beihuan's expression was calm, as if he was not affected at all. With a shake of his thin sword, countless silver stars appeared. It was as if the sky was filled with stars, and each star radiated an astonishing sharpness that could destroy anything. With a swoosh, the countless silver stars had already condensed into a beam of sword light. It was extremely bright and dazzling, and no one could look directly at it. It pierced through the sky and shot toward Gao Hongjing. The light sword burst out with an astonishing sharpness. The Golden Edge Force. Moreover, its level was not low. The spear and the sword collided in an instant, and an extremely terrifying power exploded in an instant. It was as if a star had exploded, shattering the heavens and earth. Countless cracks spread out wantonly, and the people who were 10,000 meters away were shocked, and their expressions changed greatly. But this attack was just Gao Hongjing and Mu Beihuan's first attempt. The long spear was like a dragon, and the spear light was like a dragon's breath. Every blow was like a destructive blast toward Mu Beihuan. Mu Beihuan's figure floated around as if he was weightless. He floated between the spear light, and with a sword in hand, he was like a flying star. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. The speed was so fast that it was difficult to see clearly. Shenzong's eyes narrowed slightly. His extraordinary vision captured every move of the two clearly, and he was shocked. Very fast, whether it was the heavenly demon general or the ancient demon lord, their speed was not as fast as the two, especially Mu Beihuan. The speed of his thin sword was astonishing, like lightning, and although Gao Hongjing's speed was slightly inferior to Mu Beihuan's, the power of each spear was more tyrannical. Mu Beihuan's sword was based on speed and dexterity. The sword was sharp, and the angle was tricky. Each sword had a combination of elegance and dexterity, and it was also strange and sharp, difficult to guard against. If the martial arts attainments were not high enough, they would not be able to resist at all, but Gao Hongjing's martial arts attainments were also very high. In terms of level, it was equivalent to using the heart to control the sword, which belonged to the third level of the martial arts realm. However, Chun Zong's using the heart to control the sword had reached a very high level, while Mu Beihuan and Gao Hongjing's martial arts realm were only at the early third level. Therefore, Chun Zong's superb state of mind and martial arts realm allowed him to clearly see the mysteries of Gao Hongjing and Mu Beihuan's attacks. Even so, if he didn't use the Scarlet Flame flowing edge sword, Chun Zong didn't have the confidence to deal with any one of them. Even if his Qi, Disciple, and Body Refinement cultivation merged into one, using the Heart-Steadying Sword, Heaven Heart Sword, and Heartless Sword, Chun Zong still didn't have much confidence. This was an absolute gap in strength. But if he used the Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword, Chun Zong's strength could reach the semi-saint level. After returning to the Ling Wu Holy World, the seal on the Scarlet Flame Sharp Sword had long since disappeared, and its power could be fully used. Gao Hongjing and Mu Beihuan are indeed very strong, but as of now, they have not reached the semi-saint level, Chun Zong thought secretly. In terms of cultivation, Gao Hongjing and Mu Beihuan were both at the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. In terms of cultivation, unless they broke through to the semi-saint level, they would not be able to improve. Moreover, the spirit energy in their bodies was incomparably pure, much purer than that of Chun Zong's. This proved that the secret arts they cultivated were very high level, both of which were top-quality spirit grade. Moreover, they had cultivated to a very high level and had had fortuitous encounters that had further purified their spirit energy. In terms of martial arts realm, both of them had also reached the 3rd level. The martial arts they cultivated were also very high level, and they had cultivated for much longer than Chun Zong. In addition, the two of them were also very talented. They were completely at the level of Heaven's Pride in the Ling Wu Holy World. All these factors contributed to their current strength being higher than Chun Zong's. In this regard, Chun Zong did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, a strong fighting spirit had sprouted in him. A true cultivator was not afraid of difficulties and obstacles, nor was he afraid of others being stronger than him. He was only afraid of not having a goal, being invincible, and being lonely at the top. Moreover, there were countless geniuses in the Great Thousand World. There was always a higher mountain. As his thoughts flew, the battle between Gao Hongjing and Mu Beihuan became more and more intense. The area within a radius of a few thousand meters was shrouded by a terrifying force, destroying everything. Everyone could feel the terrifying qi from 10,000 meters away. If they got close, no one could guarantee that they would not be injured. After a moment of fierce battle, the surroundings seemed to be ravaged by a giant beast. Gao Hongjing suddenly jumped, and his figure soared into the sky. Thousands of clouds and mist followed him. The sea of clouds surged. The red dragon sky shattering spear shook, and a terrifying red light shot out, as if it was going to shatter the sky. Refining cloud shattering space. With a loud shout, countless clouds compressed and poured down from the sky. Refining cloud path. Although Chun Zong had exchanged for the upper part of the illusory cloud path, he had completely comprehended and mastered the upper part of the illusory cloud path. His eyesight was extraordinary, and he could sense the aura contained in Gao Hongjing's spear. The illusory cloud path was the main transformation, and the refining cloud path was the main force. The spear's power was extremely terrifying. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and it vividly demonstrated the power of the refining cloud path. The refining cloud path was on the same level as the illusory cloud path. It was one of the 5 paths of White Cloud Mountain. Judging from its level, Chunzong guessed that Gao Hongjing had comprehended the refining cloud path to the middle part. Mu Beihuan raised his head slightly. His eyes were filled with silver light that could see through everything. The silver star meteor sword shook, and hundreds of silver sword lights floated in all directions. As Mu Beihuan swung his sword, the hundreds of sword lights shot into the sky like flying fish swimming in rivers and migrating birds. They also looked like tens of thousands of arrows that were shot at the same time. The roar was sharp and loud, and the light raged in all directions. The sand and stones turned into powder, and the plants collapsed. Everything turned into dust and floated in the sky. 10,000 meters away, everyone's expression changed drastically. A strong sense of crisis swept over them, and they hurriedly used all their strength to retreat. Chunzong's figure flashed, and he dodged a blast of energy that was shot at him. A weaker cultivator couldn't dodge in time and could only muster his strength to defend himself. He was instantly sent flying, and his defense shattered. He rolled a few times on the ground and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. One had to know that this cultivator's cultivation was at the transcendent realm 8th layer. Even if he was a rogue cultivator and his cultivation method was ordinary, he was still not weak. Just a blast of energy was enough to injure a transcendent realm 8th layer expert from 10,000 meters away. If he was at the center, how terrifying would the power be? Everyone's eyes widened as they stared. When the dust settled, 2 figures stood on the ground. There was a huge crater in the middle, and countless cracks spread in all directions. Chapter 1165. No one knew why Gao Hongjing and Mu Beihuan were fighting. Only they themselves knew. Moreover, the reason for the fight was not the main point. The main point was that the fight between the two was very intense and exciting. It was too much for the eyes to take in, and they were shocked. Mu Beihuan, this time it's a draw. Next time, you'll lose without a doubt, Gao Hongjing said in a domineering tone. I'll wait and see. Mu Beihuan replied, neither too fast nor too slow. His body swayed as if he had lost all his weight and was blown away by the wind, floating in the air. Then, his body slowly dissipated until it completely disappeared. Mu Beihuan's body had already turned into a small black dot and disappeared from everyone's sight. Mu Beihuan's speed was extremely fast, and his body movement was very mysterious. In an instant, his real body left a vivid afterimage, making people think that he was still in the same place. Humph! No one knew whether it was Mu Beihuan's answer or Mu Beihuan's action that made Gao Hongjing unhappy. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Then, he swept his gaze over the world. Many people unconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to look at Gao Hongjing. Chunzong was not afraid at all. When their gazes met, it was as if there were sparks surging. Gao Hongjing was slightly startled. His eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a fierce and domineering aura that was as shocking as a dragon. However, Chunzong looked indifferent. He didn't seem to be affected at all. Senior brother Gao, a respectful voice sounded. Then, a figure flashed and appeared beside Gao Hongjing. Yes. Gao Hongjing nodded, still staring at Chunzong. His gaze became even more fierce and domineering. The newcomer followed Gao Hongjing's gaze. When he saw Chunzong, he was slightly startled. Then, a ferocious smile appeared on his face, and he immediately whispered something to Gao Hongjing. Gao Hongjing's face flashed with a trace of understanding. Then, he looked away as if he had lost interest. Su Ling, I'll leave him to you, but since he's from the same sect, go easy on him. Very well. Su Ling's lips curled up, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. He tore through the sky and headed straight for Chunzong. A boom rang out, like thunder from the heavens. A figure shot up into the sky like a bolt of lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. 2 deep footprints were left behind on the ground, surrounded by cracks and cracks. After Gao Hongjing found out about Chunzong's identity, he didn't want to pay any more attention to him. As for the others, they were not worthy of his attention, so he left directly. Chunzong, Chun Shitty, Long time no see. I thought you died in some corner. Su Ling walked towards Chun Zong step by step. As he spoke, his aura gradually spread out. It was sharp and cold, like an ice blade cutting through the air. 2 years ago, he had personally paid a visit to Chun Zong to give him a chance to follow Senior Gao. The price was only some contribution points. What an honor it was. But at that time, Chun Zong actually refused. He didn't cherish it at all and didn't give him any face. Su Ling wanted to teach Chun Zong a lesson. However, Chun Zong was a new disciple on Mount Baiyan. He was protected by the sect's rules, so he couldn't do anything. He could only wait until Chun Zong left Mount Baiyan. Chun Zong did leave Mount Baiyan. 2 years ago, Su Ling had something to do, so he didn't do it himself. Instead, he sent someone else. He didn't expect that not only did he fail to teach Chun Zong a lesson, but he was also defeated. After that, it was said that Chun Zong entered the Myriad Treasure's secret realm and never came out. It was suspected that he died in the Myriad Treasure's secret realm. Su Ling didn't expect to see Chun Zong here today. Since he saw Chun Zong and Senior Gao had given him the order, he would do it himself and teach this arrogant disciple a lesson. Senior brother Su, you don't have to worry. I'm living a good life, better than you. Chun Zong replied calmly. What he meant was that he wouldn't die even if Su Ling died. Good, as long as you're living a good life, your senior brother is happy. Su Ling did not seem to understand the meaning behind Chun Zong's words, but his eyes became even more ferocious. From the looks of it, your cultivation level should have increased. Let me, your senior brother, test your current strength. Otherwise, if you don't have enough strength, you will only tarnish the reputation of our White Cloud Mountain. It was reasonable for a senior brother to test his junior brother's strength for the sake of the sect's reputation. Chun Zong's lips curled into a smile. Late-stage Transcendent Realm 9th Layer. That's right, Su Ling's cultivation had broken through in the past 2 years. He had risen from mid-stage Transcendent Realm 9th Layer to late-stage Transcendent Realm 9th Layer. With such an improvement, his strength would naturally improve. In terms of Qi cultivation, Chun Zong was indeed inferior to Su Ling, but in terms of improvement, he was better than Su Ling. In terms of strength, there was no need to even mention it. Su Ling, he's Su Ling. Someone recognized Su Ling who? 70th on Mount Baiyan's cloud list. Soaring cloud, soared Su Ling, it's him. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. 70th on the cloud list. There were a total of 72 spots on the cloud list. Being ranked 70th was considered a very low ranking, but the cloud list itself was extraordinary. One had to know that there were more than 10,000 outer sect disciples on Mount Baiyan, but there were only 72 people on the cloud list. They were the strongest 72 people in the outer sect. One could imagine how difficult it was. Being able to be ranked 70th was enough to show Su Ling's tyrannical strength. Obviously, the other person was also a disciple of Mount Baiyan, but for some reason, he had provoked Su Ling and was now being taught a lesson by Su Ling. For a time, the gazes that everyone looked at Chun Zong could not help but carry some pity. In the same sect, there were those who united and loved each other. There were also those who competed with each other, and there were even those who secretly plotted against each other. A sect was like a small underworld. There were all kinds of people. However, since this was a conflict between disciples, it was not good for outsiders to intervene. Even if they could intervene, these people would not. Firstly, they did not know Chun Zong and had no relationship with him. Secondly, Su Ling was not an ordinary cultivator. Su Ling's footsteps were not fast, but with every step, his aura continued to rise and become stronger. A sharp and cold aura pressed down, like an invisible sharp sword tearing through the sky, fiercely stabbing at Chun Zong. If one was really not as good as Su Ling, facing such an aura, one would have already stiffened and found it difficult to move. Even if one could move, one would probably not be able to use much of one's strength. However, Chun Zong was not affected at all. If it was before returning to Kanglan World, Chun Zong knew that he was not Su Ling's opponent. After all, the difference in cultivation was too big, and it was not something that could be made up for in other aspects. However, during his trip to Kanglan World, he encountered a major unforeseen event where the Demon Clan made a comeback, and the revival of the Demon Path forces wreaked havoc on the mainland. In the chaos, Chunzong also obtained a great opportunity. His cultivation increased rapidly, and so did his strength. His body refinement cultivation reached the late stage of Dragon Force Realm. His chi cultivation reached the mid-stage of Transcendent Realm 8th layer. Heart Sword Force 6th layer. White Cloud Force 4th layer. Flame Force 1st layer. Purple Cloud Black Star Flame also reached the 9th grade. Moreover, his Sword Dao realm had integrated all his previous breakthroughs, reaching the 3rd layer of sword manipulation with the heart. After many life and death battles, it was promoted to the Great Perfection stage. Then, after great enlightenment, he created the Heart Calming Sword, combining the power of chi cultivation and body refinement into one, and his strength skyrocketed. With such strength, even if Gao Hongjing made a move, Chunzong was confident that he could fight. What's more, Chunzong also had the Scarlet Flame Sword, which allowed him to exert the strength of a half-step saint. In terms of aura, there was no need to mention. He had killed hundreds of thousands of demons in the Earth Demon Abyss, killed more than 10,000 demons in the devouring Devil Forbidden Land, and slaughtered countless demons and demon path masters in Kanglan Continent. If Chunzong released his killing intent, whether or not Su Ling could withstand, it was still a question. Seeing that Chunzong's expression did not change under the impact of his increasingly powerful aura, Su Ling felt very unhappy. With a shout, the long sword at his waist suddenly unsheathed, like a ray of light shooting out from the scabbard. Sword light filled the air, thousands of rays condensed in an instant, forming a majestic sword that slashed down. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, as the sword arrived, the terrifying sword pressure it emitted caused the ground to crack. His cultivation was only at the late stage of the Transcendent Realm, but his strength was far greater than his cultivation. The sword arrived at an astonishing speed, but Chunzong remained motionless, as if he couldn't react in time. Just as Su Ling's sword was about to hit Chunzong, a beam of sword light suddenly lit up, incomparably dazzling and blinding, forcing those who saw it to close their eyes. No one knew where the sword light came from or where it landed. Even Su Ling did not know. In an instant, the power contained in Su Ling's sword was shattered. The terrifying sword light seemed to descend from the heavens. Su Ling only felt that he had been struck directly by an extremely powerful force. He was unable to resist it, and his entire body was sent flying. In the blink of an eye, Su Ling flew back several hundred meters, his blood tumbling and his spirit chi chaotic, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood, his face pale. I lost. I actually lost. Su Ling felt this was inconceivable and extremely shocked. How could he have been defeated? Moreover, he was defeated with a single sword strike. It was like a dream. Who the hell are you? Su Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pointed his sword at Chunzong, a fierce expression filling his face. Senior brother Su, are you forgetful? Chunzong smiled faintly and took a step forward, approaching Su Ling step by step. Every step he took caused Su Ling's eyelids to twitch slightly and his chest to tighten. It was as if Chunzong's every step was stepping on Su Ling's heart, gradually making it difficult for him to breathe. Su Ling couldn't help but cover his chest and stagger back a few steps before he felt better. However, as Chunzong approached step by step, the stifling feeling came again, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe. He felt as if there were double images in front of him, and his consciousness became blurry. Other than his chi cultivation being superior to Chunzong, Su Ling couldn't compare with Chunzong in any other aspect. Facing the impact of Chunzong's momentum, he was even more unable to resist. Chunzong raised his foot, stepped out, and landed. There was a thump like the beating of a drum. This step should have been very powerful, and the ground should have shattered in an instant. However, when the foot landed, the ground was intact, but there were ripples spreading out. With a cry, Su Ling felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground red. Immediately, Su Ling only felt that his vision turned black, and his consciousness kept spinning, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss and was completely plunged into darkness. His whole body swayed, and he suddenly fell backward. Chapter 1166. Su Ling fainted. This was no doubt a major incident that would be spread by the spectators. When the news reached Mount Baiyun, Su Ling would become famous again. Of course, it wouldn't be a good reputation. On the contrary, it would be a bad reputation. Shenzong didn't intend to kill Su Ling, at least not now. After all, when Su Ling attacked him, he didn't intend to kill him. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. There was no conflict between them, so he didn't deserve to die. Moreover, this coma was a huge blow to Su Ling, and Shenzong would become famous because of this. Through the spectators' mouths, Shenzong's reputation would spread quickly. Soon, more people would know about him. This was an uncontrollable process. At least, Shenzong didn't have the ability to do so. Let nature take its course. Shenzong summoned Riding White Cloud, which was 6 meters long, and flew into the air. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he flew away. When Shenzong left, Su Ling's body moved. He propped up his upper body with his arms and shook his head vigorously as if to shake off the dizziness in his head. When he came to his senses, Su Ling leaped up. His eyes were sharp as they swept past, but his face was still somewhat pale. He looked around and didn't find Shenzong. Su Ling let out a sigh of relief. But when he saw the gazes of the others in the distance, his heart suddenly trembled. He immediately realized that something was wrong. He was actually forced to faint by a junior brother of the same sect. This was worse and worse than being defeated by a single sword strike. Su Ling was about to explode with anger and fear. How could Shenzong have such a shocking aura? No, I have to tell senior brother Gao as soon as possible, Su Ling said to himself. He immediately summoned Riding White Cloud and flew away. The 6-meter Riding White Cloud could increase Shenzong's speed by 6%. It was very fast, several times faster than Su Ling. He flew towards Mount Baiyun. The experience of Mount Li was enough. Next, Shenzong would cultivate in seclusion on Mount Baiyun for a period of time and do his best to improve himself. Gradually, a sea of clouds appeared in front of him. It was like the waves of the sea. In the sea of clouds, he could vaguely see the shadow of a mountain. Mount Baiyun was right in front of him. Riding on a white cloud, Shenzong entered the sea of clouds and flew towards Yunying Peak. Within the heroic cloud peak, there was a heroic cloud hall. It was the organization that managed the disciples. If the disciples wanted to leave the mountain to train, they had to report to the heroic cloud hall. When they returned, they also had to report to the heroic cloud hall. This way, they could better manage the outer sect disciples. As for inner sect disciples, they were not included in this list because inner sect disciples were Saint Realm Masters. They landed on Yunying Peak and entered Yunying Palace. Shenzong reported. The duration was exactly 2 years. Going out to train for 2 years was not a big deal, so it did not attract much attention. After reporting, Shenzong once again summoned Riding White Cloud and left Yunying Peak. There were many mountain peaks on Mount Baiyun. If one did not have the ability to fly on Mount Baiyun, one would have to descend the mountain before ascending the mountain. This would take up a lot of time. Riding on the white clouds was equivalent to saving a lot of unnecessary time, giving him more time to use. Soon, Shenzong returned to the outer sect disciples' mountain peak. The 212th Cloud Hall. This was the Cloud Hall that belonged to Shenzong. He took out his disciple token and opened the Cloud Hall's seal. Chun Shidi, a slightly surprised voice called out, "Senior Sister Yu." Shenzong turned around and immediately showed a smile from the bottom of his heart. It was like the warm sunshine or the intoxicating spring breeze. It was Yunying. Back then, Shenzong and Yunying were in the same batch of disciples that entered Mount Baiyun. Among the new disciples, Shenzong had the best relationship with Yunying. Their cloud palaces were close to each other, and Yunying had saved Shenzong's life once on Void Demon Island. After 2 years, especially after the constant battles and killings in Deep Sea World, Seeing Yunyinshin again made Chunzong feel like he hadn't seen her for a long time, as if decades had passed. 2 years had passed, but Yunyinshin's appearance hadn't changed much. However, she seemed to have matured a little, making it difficult to see. For cultivators, especially high-level cultivators, it was difficult for time to leave any traces on their bodies. Although her appearance hadn't changed much, Yunyinshin's cultivation had improved significantly. Peak Transcendent 8th Layer. One had to know that 2 years ago, when Yunyinshin had just entered Mount Baiyun, her cultivation had been at the Transcendent 7th Layer and had only broken through to the 8th layer after that. 2 years later, her cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th layer, which was not a small improvement. Chinshidi, I thought you. Yunyinshin also smiled, like 100 flowers blooming, stunning Chunzong. It's nothing, I just experienced some dangers. Chunzong smiled, not saying it out loud, nor could he say it out loud. After a brief exchange, Yunyinshin summoned her white cloud and flew away. The white cloud was 8 meters in size. Entering the cloud hall, Chunzong opened the seal and sat down. 2 years ago, I left Mount Baiyun to gain experience. At that time, I was at the early stage of the Transcendent 7th layer, the early stage of Dragon Strength 4th layer, White Cloud Force 4th layer, Heart Sword Force 3rd layer, Purple Cloud True Flame 4th layer, White Cloud Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Heart Sword Force 3rd layer, Purple Cloud True Flame 9th layer, White Cloud Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Heart Sword Force 3rd layer, Purple Cloud True Flame 9th layer, White Cloud Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Heart Sword Force 3rd layer, Purple Cloud True Flame 9th layer, White Cloud Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Purple Cloud Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Sword Force. Qualitative change. His strength had skyrocketed. In just 2 years, whether it was his cultivation or strength, he had improved so much. If news of this were spread, who knew what kind of shock it would cause? Slowly exhaling, Chunzong's mood also calmed down. Everyone had their own destiny, but they also needed to fight for it. Fight for it, fight for it, fight for it, fight for it, fight for it. Calming down, Chunzong thought about his next cultivation. 2 years ago, when he left Mount Baiyun, his White Cloud True Art had reached the 12th layer. Now that he had returned, he had reached the 15th layer. There were still 3 more layers to cultivate, but they required contribution points to exchange. 40,000. 40,000 contribution points were needed to exchange for the last 3 layers. Next were the Cloud Secret Technique and the Fire Secret Technique, which also required a lot of contribution points. Contribution points. They all required contribution points, but now he had very few contribution points, less than 10,000, so he couldn't exchange for anything. Getting up, Chunzong planned to exchange some of the things he had brought from the Kanglan world to see how many contribution points he could get. If it was indeed not enough, he would carry out some missions to earn as many contribution points as possible. There was still more than a year before the Outer Sect Grand Competition that was held once every 5 years at Mount Baiyun. Chunzong didn't want to miss it. Exchanging everything in one go, the result was somewhat out of Chunzong's expectations. 300,000 contribution points. Many treasures were extremely rare and valuable in the Kanglan world, but the Lingwu Holy World's quality was much better than the Kanglan world's. Therefore, the treasures in the Kanglan world could only be considered decent in the Lingwu Holy World. The amount of contribution points that could be exchanged for was naturally not that high. At most, it was only close to 100,000. The real big bucks were the items of the void demons that he had brought out from the devouring devil Forbidden Land. They were exchanged for more than 200,000 contribution points. 300,000 contribution points was also a huge sum of money, enough for Chunzong to plan properly. Last 3 layers of the White Cloud True Art exchanged. 5th and 6th layers of the Cloud Secret Technique exchanged. 1st to 4th layers of the Fire Secret Technique exchanged. Middle section of the Illusory Cloud Path exchanged. As for the Secret Technique, he had only cultivated the Platinum Sword Body to initial success and had yet to reach phenomenal success. Moreover, the platinum sword body was a 5th grade secret technique. Cultivating it to phenomenal success would significantly increase his strength. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. He wholeheartedly cultivated in seclusion. Many life and death experiences and countless battles in the Kanglan world had continuously stimulated Chunzong's potential. Now, he was cultivating in seclusion to transform this potential into strength. Not long after, the Cloud Secret technique was cultivated to the 5th layer, and the White Cloud Force had also increased to the 5th layer. Subsequently, the Fire Secret technique was cultivated to the 2nd and 3rd layers, causing the Fire Force to increase to the 3rd layer and become even more powerful. In a flash, Chunzong returned to Mount Baiyun for a few months. In these few months, Chunzong had been cultivating in seclusion in the Cloud Hall, trying his best to improve himself. His potential was constantly stimulated and transformed into strength. His cultivation was slowly increasing, and the level of his cultivation technique was also increasing. Everything was more or less improving. When Su Ling returned to Mount Baiyun to find Gao Hongjing and explained Chunzong's strength, Gao Hongjing was only a little surprised but did not pay too much attention to it. After all, with Gao Hongjing's strength, he could defeat Su Ling in an instant. To Gao Hongjing, there was only one person in the entire outer sect of Mount Baiyun that was a real challenge, and that was Fu Yunxiao, who ranked first on the roll. This time, Gao Hongjing wanted to rank first on the roll and become the #1 person in the outer sect of Mount Baiyun. For this, Gao Hongjing also went into seclusion to cultivate. His cultivation could not be improved, but he could continue to improve in other aspects. Chunzong, I will definitely avenge the humiliation of that day. With a heart full of anger, Su Ling wholeheartedly improved. Under this kind of vengeful anger, the improvement of his cultivation base actually sped up by a bit. The news of Su Ling being forced to faint by his junior brother's aura had already spread to Mount Baiyun. For a time, he became a laughingstock. Most disciples did not dare to say anything openly, but they often mentioned it secretly. As for those who were not afraid of Su Ling and had conflicts with him, they often mocked him directly. The 72 people on the roll were determined by the Outer Sect Grand Competition a few years ago. After a few years, it was actually unknown if these people could still stay on the roll. It could be said that in the past, other than the top 10, the other rankings would change. Even the top 10 might not necessarily be maintained, as there would always be dark horses rising. Therefore, only by constantly working hard and improving oneself could one become stronger, maintain one's ranking, and advance to the next level. A year's time seemed very long, but it was actually not long at all. Cultivating in seclusion would pass very quickly. Moreover, no one could be sure how much one could improve in a year's time. They could only do their best. Chapter 11:67. Today, the wind was calm, the clouds were condensed, and the sun was shining brightly. 3 10-meter-tall, white clouds flew across the sky like auroras, entering the sea of clouds and approaching White Cloud Mountain. Looks like we've returned at the right time. The short-haired man swept his eyes across the sky and saw the figures on the white clouds flying back and forth, suddenly grinning. The Outer Sect Great Competition is held once every 5 years. We've returned to the right time. The long-haired man smiled lightly, his voice light like a spring breeze. It's just the Outer Sect Great Competition. What's there to see? The man with a scar on his face grinned disdainfully. These 3 people were White Cloud Mountain's inner sect disciples, Saint Realm Masters. The gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Saint Realm was too big, like the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how strong a Transcendent was, in the eyes of Saint Realm Master, they were like ants. It was like comparing a true martial realm to a Transcendent. No matter how strong a true martial realm master was, in front of a Transcendent, they were nothing. Li Xing, we were also Outer Sect disciples. The short-haired man glanced at the scarred man and curled his lips. White Cloud Mountain's Outer Sect disciples were divided into 3 grades: human grade, earth grade, and heaven grade. Disciples of different grades lived on different peaks, and the number of disciples was also different. White clouds flew up into the sky at an extremely fast speed, flying from one peak to the other, heading towards the sky above White Cloud Mountain. In the sky above White Cloud Mountain, a sea of clouds gathered together, as if condensing into a floating island. This floating island of clouds floated 5,000 meters above the ground, motionless, and covered a large area. One by one, figures arrived and landed on the floating island of clouds. Not long after, there were many people present. White Cloud Mountain's outer sect had more than 10,000 human grade disciples, more than 2,000 earth grade disciples, and more than 200 heaven grade disciples. The outer sect great competition was a grand event held once every 5 years, and it was a great attraction to any outer sect disciple. Those who were confident in their strength would definitely participate, while those who were not strong enough could also participate and fight with stronger senior brothers and junior brothers to improve themselves. At the very least, they would be reduced to spectators, witnessing the grand event held once every 5 years. There were more than 12,000 outer sect disciples, and most of them were present. As for those who were not present, they were unable to make it back in time. However, those who did not make it in the end were in the minority, because the outer sect great competition every 5 years was very important to all outer sect disciples. Those who were unable to make it back, there were often special reasons. Generally speaking, many forces would invite some experts to come and watch the competition. This way, they could better promote the prestige of the sect and strengthen its reputation. White Cloud Mountain was different from these factions. As an 8-star faction, they were powerful and had a deep foundation. They did not need the recognition of the outside world at all. Therefore, White Cloud Mountain did not invite outsiders to participate in the quinquennial Outer Sect Grand Tournament. The might of White Cloud Mountain no longer needed to be displayed through some small tricks. It was there, standing tall for tens of thousands of years. It was unshakable. In this land, it was supreme. White Cloud Floating Island was not a real island. It was formed from the sea of clouds of White Cloud Mountain. It was the work of a Downlord of White Cloud Mountain. More than 10,000 outer sect disciples landed on White Cloud Floating Island and withdrew their white clouds. The ground was soft and comfortable to the touch. This was especially true for the disciples who were stepping on White Cloud Floating Island for the first time. It was soft but did not collapse. Chunzong, who was secretly amazed, felt a sharp and cold gaze. It was like a sharp sword was coming straight at him, as if it wanted to pierce through him. Turning his head, Chunzong saw Su Ling staring at him from a few thousand meters away. Chunzong, I will avenge the humiliation of your sword. Su Ling saw Chunzong's gaze and immediately transmitted his voice to Chunzong. His cold voice entered Chunzong's ears. Chunzong withdrew his gaze and ignored Su Ling, as if he had not heard anything. More than a year ago, Su Ling was unable to resist his sword. Now, after more than a year of cultivation, Chunzong's improvement was terrifying. Even if Su Ling had made great progress, he was still not his opponent. Peak 9th Layer, Transcendent Realm. This was one of the fruits of Su Ling's hard work over the past year. But Chunzong was confident that no matter how much Su Ling improved, he would not be able to catch up to him. Releasing his powerful spiritual sense, Chunzong covered all the disciples in his surroundings, but none of them were aware of his presence. Relying on his powerful spiritual sense, Chunzong carefully sensed the aura fluctuations of each outer sect disciple. There were nearly 12,000 people who had arrived, and more than half of them had reached the transcendent late stage, or nearly 6,000. The so-called transcendent late stage refer to the 7th to 9th layer transcendent realm. There were nearly 6,000 disciples who had at least reached the 7th layer transcendent realm, an astonishing number. The rest were all mid and early transcendent realm cultivators, with the majority being mid-transcendent realm and only a few hundred early transcendent realm cultivators. It was certain that the early and mid-transcendent realm cultivators were only here to spectate. Only the late transcendent realm cultivators were truly qualified to participate in the sect competition. This was not discrimination, but a fact. Under normal circumstances, a clear gap in cultivation would also lead to a clear gap in strength. A 6th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator would not be a match for a 7th-layer Transcendent. What's more, even if a genius 6th-layer Transcendent had the strength to contend with or even defeat a 7th-layer Transcendent, they would not necessarily be an opponent for an 8th-layer Transcendent. What really attracted Chunzong's attention were the late Transcendent Realm cultivators, especially the 9th-layer Transcendent Realm. Of the nearly 6,000 late Transcendent Realm disciples, there were more than 1,000 who had reached the 9th-layer Transcendent Realm. Each of them possessed a tyrannical aura, and even if they did not deliberately release it, the fluctuations they exuded were astonishing. Among the 9th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators, there were also some who were strong and some who were weak, and there were more than 100 who had reached the peak of the 9th-layer Transcendent Realm. The peak of the 9th-layer Transcendent Realm in the Lingwu Holy World was theoretically equivalent to the peak of the 9th-layer Heavenly Profound Realm in Blue Wave World, but the difference in strength was enormous. It could be said that the strength of an ordinary peak 9th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator in the Lingwu Holy World completely exceeded the strength of an ordinary peak 9th-layer Heavenly Profound Realm cultivator in Blue Wave World, many times stronger. Even a master below the titled Emperor Realm could compare. There were even powerful peak 9th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators who possessed the strength of an Emperor Realm master in Blue Wave World. Strength, the stronger the better. Only then would he be able to fight to his heart's content. Chunzong thought to himself, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. More than a year ago, when he returned from Blue Wave World, his strength was so tyrannical that even without using the Scarlet Flame Flowing Edge sword, he could still be considered an extremely high-level transcendent. Even compared to the masters on the previous cloud list, he could rank among the top 20. Then, after more than a year of secluded cultivation, the potential he had stimulated during his life and death experiences in Blue Wave World had been transformed into cultivation and strength. As for what level his strength had reached now, Chunzong was actually not very clear. He could only be certain that he was stronger than he was a year ago, much stronger than he was a year ago, enough to easily defeat him. Then, if he wanted to know how strong he was, the most direct way was to fight with a strong opponent. The stronger the opponent, the better it would be to test his strength. Of course, there was a limit to how strong a master could be. If he was too strong, to the point where he could not compete, then he would be defeated very quickly. As for how strong he was, it was still unclear. Chunzong's spiritual sense was extraordinary. Even a half-step Saint Realm Master would find it difficult to detect, and with his extraordinary perception, Chunzong could sense the strength of a few peak 9th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators. Their bodies seemed to contain extremely terrifying power. They were like giant beasts that were in a deep slumber. Once they woke up, they would erupt with astonishing power. Chunzong secretly thought about this power and could not help but feel surprised. White Cloud Mountain was an 8-star force with an incomparable heritage and strength. Naturally, the requirements for recruiting disciples were also very high. If one's talent was insufficient, they would not be able to enter White Cloud Mountain's eyes, let alone become a disciple. As a result, every disciple of White Cloud Mountain, even if they were the lowest human-ranked disciples in the outer sect, could be considered a genius in the outside world. They were completely superior to ordinary cultivators. Outstanding talent, coupled with the powerful heritage of an 8-star force like White Cloud Mountain, their strength would not be weak. More than a year ago, Gao Hongjing was very strong, stronger than the top demon emperors of Blue Wave World's Earth Demon Abyss, close to the half-step Saint Realm. Chunzong used his spiritual awareness to carefully observe those disciples who gave him a strong feeling. At the same time, he pondered, after more than a year of cultivation, Gao Hongjing's strength should not be stagnant. Then, it is very likely that he already has the strength of a semi-saint. The reason why proud sons of heaven were proud sons of heaven was that they could do what others could not and fight above their level. The gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Half-Step Saint Realm was not too big, because the Half-Step Saint Realm was not a name for cultivation, but a level of strength, referring to the strength that surpassed the transcendent realm but was inferior to the saint realm. The gap between the transcendent realm and the half-step saint realm was huge, but the gap between the half-step saint realm and the saint realm was even bigger. No matter how powerful a half-step saint was, he would not have much resistance in front of an ordinary saint realm master. But it was not absolute. It was rumored that some peerless geniuses could compete with ordinary saint realm masters when they were at the half-step saint realm. But that might be a legend. With a myriad of thoughts, Chen Zong associated Gao Hongjing with other people on the cloud roll. Fu Yinxiao, the first on the cloud roll, was definitely not inferior to Gao Hongjing in strength, possibly even stronger. Bai Xie, the third on the cloud roll, might not be as strong as Gao Hongjing, but it was estimated that the difference was not much. Then, the top 3 of the last cloud roll may already have the strength of a half-step saint. No, maybe not only the top 3 on the cloud roll, but also the top 5 or top 10. They may all have the strength of a half-step saint. At the thought of this, Chen Zong could not help but feel his blood boil, like the water of a great river, surging and surging in his body. The fighting spirit also grew from the depths of his blood, from the bottom of his heart, and from the depths of his soul. In an instant, it swept through his whole body and was about to soar into the sky. Chapter 1168. 5,000 meters up in the sky, White Cloud Island was suspended in the air as if it was frozen in the void. Over 10,000 outer sect disciples were gathered here. Then, waves of powerful auras spread from outside the island. It was the arrival of some inner sect disciples. Almost all of the inner sect disciples were promoted from outer sect disciples. The inner sect disciples were familiar with the outer sect competition. Inner sect disciples were already at the Saint Rudiment stage, completely above the transcendent stage. They would not deliberately come for the outer sect competition. They just happened to be here to take a look and see which junior brothers in the outer sect could catch their eye. After all, there would be some outstanding outer sect disciples who would become inner sect disciples in the future. Then, a vast amount of energy descended. Everyone's expression turned serious. The Almighty of White Cloud Mountain had arrived. White Cloud Mountain had 5 Dao Masters, each of which had a Dao Master. They were the strongest in White Cloud Mountain. The fact that a Dao Master had come for the outer sect competition was enough to show how much importance White Cloud Mountain placed on the outer sect competition. In fact, a Dao Master would definitely appear in the quinquennial outer sect competition. The other 4 Dao Masters were either in seclusion or secretly observing. This time, the one who descended was someone Chen Zong found familiar. Dao Master Huan Yun. Greetings, Dao Master Huan Yun. The inner sect disciples were the first to react and immediately bowed. Soon, the outer sect disciples also reacted and hurriedly bowed. Dao Master Huan Yun's eyes were white as if they contained a sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was like heaven and earth, containing endless mysteries. One look at it, and one would feel like they would be drawn into it. Chen Zong felt that Dao Master Huan Yun's gaze seemed to pause on him, but it seemed like an illusion. Rise. The calm voice seemed to contain supreme power. When the voice sounded, the wind stopped, and no waves were created. After saying those 2 words, Dao Master Huan Yun did not speak again. Instead, he stood high up in the sky, above the clouds. The Dao Master had arrived for the outer sect competition. The real host was an elder of White Cloud Mountain, an elder with Saint Rudiment stage cultivation. There are similarities and differences between this year's grand competition and the previous ones. The elder spoke in a clear and loud voice. His loud and clear voice traveled into everyone's ears. The top 72 people in the competition can be listed on the cloud roll and receive rewards from the sect. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. If one was in the top 10 of the cloud roll, the rewards would be very tempting. If one was in the top 3, the rewards would be even more shocking. This was because the reward for the top 3 on the cloud roll was to choose a lower grade saint class cultivation skill or martial skill to cultivate. Qinzong couldn't help but think of Baixia, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yinxiao. The three of them were the top three of the previous cloud roll. All of them had chosen sacred level cultivation methods or martial arts. Even if they were only lower-grade sacred level cultivation methods, they were still much better than spiritual level cultivation methods. They were not on the same level. After 5 years of bitter cultivation, with the talent of the three of them, they should be able to cultivate the low-grade saint level cultivation method or martial arts to a certain level. Saint class cultivation method, saint class martial arts. Qinzong's eyes lit up. He clenched his left hand tightly, and the force was so strong that it felt like it could crush a mountain. Qinzong was very curious about the profundity and power of saint-level cultivation methods and saint-level martial arts. He could not wait to fight with the top three of the previous cloud roll and experience it for himself. The elder continued to speak. What he mentioned before was the reward for each cloud roll, and what he said later was the difference from the previous cloud roll. The top 10 of this cloud roll will get a chance. As soon as the elder finished speaking, his eyes were bright and full of spirit. Suddenly, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable sense of expectation emerged from the depths of their hearts. Chance! What kind of chance was it? Everyone was very curious. This chance is also an opportunity for you to enter the saint realm. As soon as the elder finished speaking, there was an uproar. The saint realm, that was the realm of a real master. Only when one entered the saint realm could he be called a master. Those in the transcendent realm could only be regarded as masters. After all, this was the Lingwu holy world, a world where there were supreme masters of the great saint realm. The gap between the transcendent realm and the saint realm was huge. Since ancient times, many cultivators had stopped at the transcendent realm or the half-saint realm and had no chance to enter the saint realm. Even the genius disciples of the big forces dared not say that they could break through to the saint realm. Even the top 10 of the previous cloud roll, although they were confident that they could break through to the saint realm, were not sure when. Transcendent, saint realm. Saint realm. This was a qualitative improvement, a transformation of the level of life. The group of inner sect disciples was also surprised. They who were already in the saint realm knew very well how difficult it was to break through to the saint realm. In order to break through to the saint realm, each of them had put in a lot of effort and time to get an opportunity. If there was no opportunity, they would have to put in even more time and effort. A single opportunity was even comparable to decades, or even hundreds of years of effort. An opportunity to enter the saint realm. Everyone's heart was burning with excitement, especially those disciples whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level transcendent realm. For them, the transcendent realm cultivation had reached the limit and could not be further improved. They could only work in other aspects to reach the half-saint realm. However, this did not hinder the opportunity to enter the saint realm. As long as they obtained an opportunity, as long as they comprehended it, they could turn it into their own. When they wanted to break through, it would be easier for them to break through to the saint realm and step into the ranks of masters. Fu Yinxiao, who was dressed in a white robe and had a calm expression since he appeared, also had a flash of excitement in his eyes. An opportunity to enter the saint realm, no matter who it was, would be tempted. Gao Hongjing's personality was different from Fu Yinxiao's. In the face of such an opportunity to enter the saint realm, he was very excited. His eyes shone brightly as a tyrannical aura spread out from his body like a storm. It immediately pushed away the people around him, making them fearful. Baixia, who seemed to be aloof from the world, had a calm expression on her cold and beautiful face, but her towering chest rose and fell rapidly in an instant. Obviously, she was also excited by the word's opportunity to enter the saint realm. However, the elder did not specify what kind of opportunity to enter the saint realm, which made everyone extremely curious. If you want to obtain the opportunity to enter the saint realm, then fight with all your might. As long as you are ranked in the top 10 of the cloud roll, you will have a chance to obtain this opportunity, the elder said, his voice full of encouragement. However, Qinzong's heart skipped a beat. The opportunity to enter the Saint Realm naturally made Chunzong excited. However, the Elder's words seemed to imply that the top 10 of the Cloud Roll only had a chance to obtain the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm, and it was not 100% guaranteed. In other words, the top 10 of the Cloud Roll was equivalent to obtaining a qualification. They would have to continue to compete to obtain the so-called opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. As for how they would compete, Chunzong did not know, nor did he know who they would compete with. However, Chunzong was vaguely sure of one thing. This opportunity to enter the Saint Realm should be competed with others by the top 10 of the Cloud Roll of White Cloud Mountain. It was not limited to White Cloud Mountain, and it might expand to other forces. However, for now, it was better to get into the top 10 of White Cloud Mountain's Outer Sect Disciple Competition and be ranked in the top 10 of the Cloud Roll to obtain the qualification. Next, the Elder announced some rules of the Outer Sect Disciple Competition. The 72 people from the previous Cloud Roll did not need to participate in the preliminary round and directly advance to the finals. This was their privilege, and no one had any objections. After all, those who could be ranked on the Cloud Roll were all at least in the Transcendent Realm 9th level, and their strength was even stronger than ordinary Transcendent Realm 9th level cultivators. In fact, if one did not have enough strength, there was no point in having objections. Those who had enough strength did not need to have any objections. They could fight with their own strength and advance to the finals, where they would be able to battle with others. Excluding the 72 people from the previous Cloud Roll, there were more than 11,700 people left to participate in the Outer Sect Disciple Competition. The Outer Sect Disciple Competition was divided into 4 stages. The first stage was the elimination round. As the name suggested, a group of people would be eliminated first, just like sand being washed away by waves. The second stage was the preliminary round. It was a battle between disciples who had advanced through the elimination round. The winners would continue to participate in the Outer Sect Disciple Competition, while the losers would naturally be eliminated and reduced to spectators. The third stage was the promotion round. In this round, the disciples would compete with the 72 people from the previous Cloud Roll to compete for the 72 position on the Cloud Roll of this year. The fourth stage was the finals. It was a ranking competition between the 72 people of this year's Cloud Roll to determine their ranking on the Cloud Roll. The first stage of the elimination round began. The Elder's tall body trembled slightly, and an incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly surged out from his body. Like a torrent bursting through a dam, the aura was extremely tyrannical. In an instant, it was as if an invisible mountain had fallen on the 11,700 Outer Sect disciples. This was the aura of a Saint Realm Master, and not just any ordinary Saint Realm Master. The aura of a Saint Realm Master was extremely tyrannical, but this Elder did not use his full strength. He only released a small part of it. After all, the gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Saint Realm was too big. The 11,700 Outer Sect disciples only felt their bodies sink, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. This kind of pressure not only affected the body, but also the mind. To resist the pressure of the aura, one had to gather their own momentum to resist it. Where did the aura come from? It came from one's own cultivation, one's own strength, one's own belief, and one's own will. If one's body was not strong enough, the aura would not be strong enough to resist it. Therefore, this was a way to test whether a person was strong or not. Of course, the Great Thousand Worlds was filled with all kinds of strange things. There were also some existences who were not strong, but were able to release a powerful aura. However, such existences were not from the human race, but rather from the beast race. Facing the aura released by the Saint Realm Elder, the group of early-stage Transcendent Realm disciples couldn't even last 3 breaths of time before collapsing to the ground. Their cultivations were too low and their strength was insufficient, so they were unable to resist. As the aura grew stronger and stronger, gradually, even the 4th layer Transcendent Realm disciples were unable to withstand it and fell to the ground. Once they fell to the ground, they would no longer be suppressed by the aura and would be eliminated. As the aura continued to grow, more and more disciples were unable to withstand it and fell to the ground, but the other disciples grit their teeth and persisted. The elder didn't clearly state how long they had to persevere before they could advance to the next round. This was actually another formless test. Because everyone didn't have a clear goal, they would be a loss, which would then affect their will. After a long time, constantly enduring the pressure would become a kind of torture. Chapter 1169. End of 5th update, begging senior brothers for monthly votes and subscriptions. Under the tyrannical aura, the wind stopped and the clouds fell silent. Chunzong could feel that the aura suppressing him was growing stronger as time passed, but it was still not enough, far from enough for him. The intensity of this aura was equivalent to the full strength of a 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator, which was nothing to him. Basically, any disciple who had cultivated to the 6th layer of the transcendent realm on their own would be able to withstand this pressure, let alone a late-stage transcendent. For a 9th layer transcendent realm cultivator, this kind of aura was no different from a gentle breeze. Of course, the aura of a Saint Realm Master was somewhat different. It was more direct and could not be underestimated. As the aura continued to grow, reaching the 8th layer of the transcendent realm, many 6th-layer transcendent realm cultivators were unable to withstand it, their bodies swaying as they fell one after another. Only a few 6th-layer transcendent realm cultivators were still able to grit their teeth, the veins on their foreheads bulging as they clenched their fists tightly. 9th layer transcendent realm. As the aura continued to grow, the 6th-layer transcendent realm cultivators who were barely able to withstand it trembled as if they had been struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Many 7th-layer transcendent realm cultivators were also unable to withstand the pressure and were eliminated. In the end, the aura stopped at the peak of the 9th layer of the transcendent realm and did not continue to grow, but it did not dissipate. At first, some disciples were able to withstand the suppression of this aura, but as time passed, they began to feel the pressure. This kind of pressure not only acted on their bodies, but also their minds. There weren't many who were able to remain calm under this aura, but there were still several hundred of them. A moment later, the aura suddenly shrank and the terrifying pressure disappeared, causing some of the disciples to sway, as if their full strength had hit cotton, causing them to lose their balance and almost fall forward. Fortunately, they had a solid foundation and were able to immediately stabilize themselves, but a small number of them still fell to the ground and were eliminated. They had clearly resisted the suppression of this aura and should have been able to pass the first stage of the elimination round, but now they had dropped the ball at the last moment. However, this was also one of the tests of the first stage. Those who were strong could freely control their aura. When one was under great pressure, they had to resist it, but when the pressure suddenly disappeared, they should be able to adjust in time. Not being able to adjust in time only because one's reaction was not fast enough and their control over their body was insufficient. Not being able to control one's strength and aura freely was fatal to an expert. It was reasonable for him to be eliminated. In the end, the number of disciples who passed the first stage of the first stage of the first stage of the first stage, 5,040 disciples, all of them at the late stage transcendent realm, with the weakest at the 7th stage. But even so, the number of 7th stage transcendent realm cultivators wasn't high. The first stage, the transcendent of the transcendent sect disciples, the sect, then the elder waved his sleeve and white clouds floated up from the floating island. There were 72 of them in total, and each of them had a radius of 1,000 meters. They floated 10 meters above the floating island, and they spread out in all directions. These 72 white clouds were the 72 arenas. They were the arenas used for the preliminary round of the Outer Sect Grand Tournament. According to the rules of the preliminary competition, the 72 strongest people would be selected, and they would enter the 3rd stage of the promotion competition. They would participate together with the people from the previous cloud roll and compete against the 72 people from the current cloud roll. The first stage of the great competition was to guard the stage. The 72 stages had 72 stage masters. Under the special rules, any energy consumed or injury sustained after a battle would be restored, and they would be able to continue the next battle. Only by fighting at full strength would the competition be fair. The person who became the arena lord first was not chosen on their own initiative. Instead, it was chosen randomly. The elder waved his hand, and 72 clouds fell from the sky without a trace. They landed randomly among the 5,040 outer sect disciples, and 72 people were chosen to be the arena masters. The second stage of the great competition thus began. Of the 72 stage masters, some were 7th layer transcendent realm, some were 8th layer transcendent realm, and some were 9th layer transcendent realm. According to the rules, each stage could only have 69 challengers. This was to prevent some stages from having too few challengers and some stages from having too many challengers. The second stage of the great competition thus began. Everyone wanted to advance to the finals and enter the cloud list, so after a short observation, they immediately jumped onto the stage. Outer sect disciples were divided into different levels of cultivation and strength. As soon as the first stage of the great competition began, someone was defeated. Defeat was equivalent to elimination. Of the 72 stages, some of the first battles were still ongoing, while others had already ended and the second stage had begun. The most exciting part of the great competition was the third stage of the great competition and the fourth stage of the great competition. Especially the fourth stage of the great competition, it was the most attractive and was the reason why many inner sect disciples came to watch. However, for the eliminated outer sect disciples, the second stage of the great competition was also worth watching. Therefore, all the spectating disciples sat on their own white clouds and watched the battles from above. Whichever battle on the arena was more exciting and intense would attract their attention. One punch. On one of the arenas, a new challenger leaped up and landed on the arena. He spoke to the arena lord in a tone filled with confidence and an astonishing aura. That's fierce tiger Gao Leping. That's the new disciple who awakened his fierce tiger bloodline when he entered the sect. He just seemed to have some skill. There were many new disciples in this great competition, but not many could directly become a heaven-grade disciple. Gao Leping was one of them. Every heaven-grade disciple received a lot of attention, especially since Gao Leping had awakened his bloodline. Among the entire White Cloud Mountains outer sect disciples, there weren't many who had awakened their bloodline, only a small portion of them. This fierce tiger bloodline was quite good. It was also because of his awakening of the fierce tiger bloodline, coupled with his own good talent and hard work, that Gao Leping's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds over the years. His punch was like a tiger roaring through the forest, shocking everyone. Gao Leping didn't boast. With just one punch, he sent the stage master flying out of the stage and became the new stage master. Chunzong had a slight impression of Gao Leping. Perhaps because he had awakened his bloodline, he was proud and arrogant. He had fought with Gao Leping once before, but Gao Leping had easily defeated him. At that time, Gao Leping was still very inexperienced, but the current Gao Leping was different from before. His cultivation had reached the peak of the transcendent 8th layer. That punch just now had allowed Chunzong to see some clues. Gao Leping's martial arts were very profound. Standing on the stage, Gao Leping's eyes swept over the crowd in high spirits. He had cultivated hard for several years and remained silent for a long time, all for the sake of showing his ambition today. Cloud list. I also want to participate. Gao Leping's eyes flashed with unparalleled confidence. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the transcendent 9th layer, he had defeated 9th layer transcendent realm cultivators before. Gao Leping's expression changed slightly when he saw Chunzong. He recalled how he had been defeated by Chunzong in the past, and how easily he had been defeated. Gao Leping wondered if he should challenge Chunzong, but then he remembered that Chunzong's strength had already surpassed his a few years ago. Now that several years had passed, Even if he had improved, Chunzong wouldn't have remained stagnant. Moreover, more than a year ago, a rumor had spread in the sect that Su Ling, who ranked 70th on the previous cloud list, had been defeated by Chunzong and had even fainted from the shock of his aura. This news wasn't very accurate, but since it had spread, there was a reason for it. All in all, facing Chunzong, Gao Leping still wasn't confident that he could defeat him. Therefore, there was no need to challenge him now. First, he had to qualify for the finals. If Chunzong was really strong, he could also enter the finals. Sooner or later, they would face each other, and he would be able to wash away his shame. Chunzong didn't regard Gao Leping as an opponent, although Gao Leping wasn't weak. At a glance, Chunzong paid attention to the arena masters on the 72 stages. So far, the 72 stages had experienced at least a dozen battles and at most 20 battles. No arena master had been able to hold the arena master's position for a long time. Victory or defeat, it was always on display. The 72 people from the previous cloud list didn't have to fight. They just watched to see who was stronger and who could pose a threat to them. But so far, no one had caught their eye and attracted their special attention. I, Xia Minglang, will challenge you. A clear voice sounded. Immediately, a figure leaped and rushed over like a ray of light. Immediately, he landed on the stage. It's Xia Minglang. Suddenly, many disciples exclaimed. Xia Minglang was also a new outer sect disciple and a heaven-grade disciple. Over the past few years, he had proven that Xia Minglang was indeed superior to ordinary heaven-grade disciples. 9th layer transcendent realm middle stage. Chunzong was slightly surprised. This person called Xia Minglang was really extraordinary. Even among the previous batch of disciples, his cultivation was among the best. In fact, the cultivation of this batch of new outer sect disciples was generally not high. Reaching the 7th layer of the transcendent realm was considered good. Reaching the 8th layer of the transcendent realm was very good, catching up with the previous batch of disciples. As for those who reached the 9th layer of the transcendent realm, they couldn't be described as good. At present, among the new disciples, there were less than 10 who had reached the 9th layer of the transcendent realm. Xia Minglang was one of them and had reached the 9th layer transcendent realm middle stage, the highest cultivation among the new disciples. This disciple called Xia Minglang is very active. A person on the previous cloud list said with a smile, immediately looking at the 72nd place on the cloud list, Junior Brother Wang, it is said that Xia Minglang challenged you not long ago. What was the result? Wang Kong, who was 72nd on the previous cloud list, heard this and his expression changed slightly, but he didn't answer because he didn't want to. It wasn't a good memory. Seeing Wang Kong's expression and hearing some gossip, everyone understood that this Xia Minglang was indeed extraordinary and qualified to fight with them. Yun Yinxin had defeated the previous arena master and became the new arena master. After more than a year of cultivation, Yun Yinxin's cultivation had taken a big step forward from the peak of the 8th layer of the transcendent realm, breaking through to the early 9th layer of the transcendent realm. The breakthrough in his cultivation brought about a great leap in his strength. Chunzong was happy for Yun Yinxin. Chapter 1170. On White Cloud Floating Island, the 72 arenas were filled with battles. Chunzong landed on one of the arenas and faced the arena master directly. This arena master was an Earth-grade disciple from the previous batch, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the transcendent realm 8th layer. His extraordinary talent and many years of hard work had given him tyrannical strength. In the outside world, he was strong enough to challenge rogue cultivators. Therefore, this arena master stared at Chunzong without the slightest fear, instead full of confidence. Make your move. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. The arena master's voice was deep and powerful. As he spoke, he immediately gathered his strength, causing the 8 spirit wheels in his body to revolve rapidly. Spirit chi rushed out from his body, not only protecting him, but also allowing him to instantly erupt with tyrannical strength to counterattack. Chunzong didn't say anything. His response was extremely simple. He simply pointed his finger at the arena master, and suddenly, like a small stone falling into a calm water surface, ripples spread out in all directions. A beam of sword light immediately shot out from the center of the ripples, piercing through the sky with irresistible force and shooting towards the arena master like a meteor chasing after the moon. The speed of this sword was extremely fast and mysterious, making it impossible for the arena master to dodge. The arena master's face suddenly changed, and he immediately erupted with all his spirit chi, pouring it into his palms. Waving his palms, he summoned countless clouds from all directions and condensed them into a wall in front of him. White Cloud Wall. This wall attempted to block Chun Zong's sword chi. With a pop, the white cloud wall was instantly pierced through. The terrifying power was like a giant hammer as it directly smashed into the arena master's palms, causing the spiritual energy gathered on his palms to collapse. His entire body was sent flying. One strike. With just a single blow, without even drawing his sword, Yang Kai had defeated an Earth-grade disciple who was at the peak of the 8th layer transcendent realm with just his finger. This kind of strength was no small matter, shocking all who saw it. This person's sword technique is very exquisite. Some people from the previous cloud list narrowed their eyes and said in surprise, "He is indeed not bad. Moreover, that finger is probably not even 50% of his strength." I know. His name is Chun Zong. He is a new heaven-ranked disciple and is quite outstanding. It is said that more than a year ago, junior brother Su Ling was defeated by a single sword strike and fainted from the shock. I don't know if it is true or not. The disciple on the cloud list who spoke glanced at Su Ling. Su Ling's expression abruptly changed when he heard this. To him, this was a humiliation, the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered since he was born. It was a humiliation he was unwilling to recall. Being defeated by a single sword strike was nothing. After all, there was a difference in strength. However, to be stunned by the opponent's aura to the point of fainting was very embarrassing. It felt as if all the hard work and effort in cultivation had been wasted. It was a huge humiliation. This was the pain in Su Ling's heart. Su Ling didn't answer because he didn't want to. However, the disciple who spoke didn't intend to let him off. Since there was competition in the cloud roll, it was naturally better to suppress the other party. However, when the disciple on the cloud list was about to speak again, his body suddenly tensed up as he felt a gaze on him. The gaze contained an extremely shocking power that was boundlessly overbearing. The extremely terrifying power suppressed him and made it difficult for him to move. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at the pair of eyes with a horrified expression. It was Gao Hongjing. No matter what, Su Ling was Gao Hongjing's follower and had done many things for Gao Hongjing. If someone wanted to target Su Ling, Gao Hongjing wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Otherwise, it would be disappointing. Under the deterrence of the gaze, the disciple on the cloud list shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything. Gao Hongjing also withdrew his gaze and ignored him. For a moment, the disciples on the cloud list fell silent. After all, other than Bai Xie, who was ranked 3rd, and Fu Yunxiao, who was ranked 1st, the others didn't have the confidence to confront Gao Hongjing head-on. Since the Outer Sect Grand Competition 5 years ago, the gap in strength between the top 3 and the rest had already existed. Moreover, the top 3 on the previous cloud list had cultivated lower sacred class cultivation methods or martial arts techniques. It was still unknown to what level their strength had reached. Gao Hongjing's gaze turned and fell on Chun Zong. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Chun Zong. Chun Zong frowned slightly. His perception was extremely sharp. When he was stared at by someone, he would feel it. Moreover, Gao Hongjing's gaze was so overbearing. Turning his head to look, Chun Zong's eyes suddenly met with Gao Hongjing's eyes. The invisible gaze seemed to have turned into a substance and collided with each other in the void with their respective wills. There seemed to be sparks bursting and splashing. The collision of the invisible forces caused the air to distort like water. There weren't many people who could sense this scene. Only the top 10 on the previous cloud list could sense it, and they were all surprised. Gao Hongjing's strength was obvious to all. Powerful strength gave Gao Hongjing an amazing will, which could be seen through his gaze. This was normal. However, this newly promoted heaven-grade disciple, Chunzong, could do the same. It proved that besides his outstanding talent, it also showed that he had an extremely strong will and had excellent control over his own essence, qi, and spirit. Rare. For a moment, many of the top 10 on the cloud list paid more attention to Chunzong. Perhaps this person would bring them some surprises. This cloud list battle might be more interesting than the previous ones. After defeating his opponent with one finger, Chunzong naturally became the new champion. He guarded a ring and waited for others to challenge him. Not long after, someone jumped into the ring and issued a challenge. With a shake of the sword, the body of the sword trembled slightly and emitted a myriad of sword lights. It was as if a rainstorm was descending from the sky, and it carried an earth-shattering might as it blasted towards Chunzong like lightning. Under this sword, thousands of clouds surged and intertwined with the rainstorm-like sword lights. This powerful sword had many more changes and could confuse the opponent. Such a brilliant sword could exert an indescribable magical effect. Unfortunately, the opponent was Chunzong. With just a glance, Chunzong saw the flaw of this sword clearly and completely grasped it. The dark light sword at his waist shot out in an instant. The body of the sword couldn't be seen. Only a ray of extremely bright and dazzling light pierced through the sky with heart-palpitating sharpness. This sword was abundant and irresistible. This sword could split everything. This sword was invincible. Shatter! Shatter! The rainstorm-like sword lights were shattered in an instant, and the clouds and mist exploded. This extremely terrifying sword strike directly landed on the sword that the other party had barely managed to retrieve to defend himself. An extremely frightening power exploded forth. It was as if an enormous power could shatter a mountain, causing the sword to bend. The enormous power struck the other party's chest, causing a loud sound similar to that of a drum. The other party was instantly sent flying. Defeated. Another sword move. What a brilliant swordsmanship. In the last cloud list, many swordsmen's eyes lit up slightly. Of course, they all wanted to keep their ranking on the cloud list and strive to reach a higher level, but they also wanted to fight with masters to sharpen themselves and improve their martial arts. The competition for the cloud list was just for the moment, but the road of martial arts was a lifetime. Chunzong's arena was not far away from Yu Nianxin's arena. Therefore, seeing Chunzong defeat his opponent to become the champion and defeat his opponent again, Yu Nianxin smiled sincerely. Chunzong unsheathed the dark light sword, but didn't put it back. He held it in his hand, and a sharp aura rose to the sky and surrounded him. It was like a never-ending stream of water, forming a perfect cycle. The strength that Chunzong showed in the 2 consecutive battles was amazing. For a moment, no one dared to challenge him again. However, according to the rules, only 69 people were allowed to challenge in succession in each of the 72 arenas, and the interval between challenges couldn't be more than 60 breaths. In other words, if no one challenged the arena for more than 60 breaths, according to the rules, the champion of the arena would immediately advance to the next stage of the competition, even if the champion's strength was not so strong. Therefore, in less than 60 breaths, another person jumped into the arena and challenged Chunzong. Seeing Chunzong's powerful strength, the challenger looked dignified. He didn't attack at once, but moved quickly and circled around the arena. He observed carefully while walking at high speed, trying to find Chunzong's flaw and attack him. Chunzong knew the opponent's intention very well, so he directly exposed a small flaw. The opponent's eyes lit up, and he immediately seized this small flaw to attack. The knife light was bright and cold. It tore through the sky and was dazzling. The wind and clouds were surging, and the momentum was mighty. This knife seemed to split the arena into 2 halves. Chunzong didn't move at all. He looked calm, as if he didn't feel anything. Just as that astonishing and dazzling blade light was about to slash down with the momentum of the wind and clouds, the profound light sword flicked up from the bottom and turned, collapsing the blade. The body of the sword followed the blade and slashed forward vertically, like an antelope hanging the horn of a heavenly steed soaring across the sky, and stopped at the opponent's neck with a profound and unrestrained profundity. The sharp blade was extremely cold, causing the challenger to be startled and feel a chill run down his spine. There was no doubt that he was completely defeated. After saluting Chunzong to show his gratitude for his mercy, the challenger turned around and jumped out of the arena. In the third battle, Chunzong won and continued to be the champion. Although he didn't consume much of his strength, there was still an invisible force that made Chunzong's essence, qi, and spirit at the peak. In the fourth battle, the challenger's strength was slightly stronger, but he was still no match for Chunzong. He was defeated by one sword. The fifth battle, the sixth battle, the seventh battle. In the blink of an eye, 10 consecutive battles have been fought. Chunzong won all of them easily. One sword strike. No matter who his opponent was, they were all defeated with one sword strike. This boy is not bad. The elder presiding over the Outer Sect Great Competition looked at Chunzong and secretly nodded. In the 10 battles, even though he had defeated his opponent with a single strike, from that single strike, one could more or less tell that Chunzong's swordsmanship was rather high. Amongst the Outer Sect disciples, he could definitely be ranked amongst the best. On top of that, although his cultivation was only at the peak of the transcendent 8th layer, making it impossible for him to enter the top 100 Outer Sect disciples, the purity of his spiritual energy far surpassed that of many Outer Sect disciples, allowing him to rank among the best. The purity of one's spirit energy was closely related to one's strength. This meant that this child had cultivated a spirit-level top-grade cultivation method, and had cultivated it to a very high level. With the elder's eyesight, he could naturally see that Chunzong hadn't used his full strength in these 10 battles. However, it was difficult to say how much strength he had used. Chapter 1171. Victory after victory, he was invincible. The last opponent was also defeated by Chunzong. Since then, there were no more challengers in this arena. Chunzong directly passed the preliminary round and would enter the third stage of the promotion round. He would compete with the 72 people from the last cloud list for this year's cloud list. Not long after, the challenges in the other 71 arenas also came to an end, and the final 72 arena masters appeared. Xiao Minglang, Yunyan Xin, and Gao Leping were among them. Under the cover of Chunzong's powerful soul sense, he easily knew the cultivation levels of these people. The highest was the peak transcendent realm 9th layer, a record of all the previous disciples, but there weren't many of them, only 4 in total. The next highest was the peak transcendent realm 9th layer with 8, the late transcendent realm 9th layer with 14, the mid-transcendent realm 9th layer with 20, the early transcendent realm with 24, and the 8th layer with 2. Of the 2 transcendent realm cultivators, one was Gao Luping, who was at the peak of the transcendent realm, and the other was Chunzong, who was at the peak of the transcendent realm. In terms of cultivation, Chunzong's cultivation was undoubtedly the lowest among the 72 people who had passed the preliminary round, but his strength was frightening. The 72 arenas moved toward the center from all directions, touching each other and merging silently. Finally, they formed a huge arena that was 10,000 meters long and wide. Congratulations to all of you for entering the promotion round. Next, all of you will fight against the disciples of the previous cloud roll. A bright light flashed in the elder's eyes. His voice was loud and powerful, resounding like thunder in the surroundings. There was a hint of excitement in his voice that made people feel excited from the bottom of their hearts. Promotion match. This was the first half of the Outer Sect Grand Competition, and it was about to begin. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. After watching the competition for so long, my hands are already itching. Let's show these people how powerful we are. All the disciples on the cloud roll laughed. Watching other people fight, especially those with decent strength, had already stimulated their fighting spirit. Now, it was finally their turn to make a move. All of them were naturally extremely excited. There were 72 people on the honor roll, and 72 ringmasters in the preliminary round. There was a total of 144 people who would go through one round of duels. It was just one round of duels. This round of duels would determine the new honor roll. It sounded simple, but there might be some unexpected situations. For example, some people had the strength to enter the cloud roll, but they were defeated by stronger opponents and had no chance to enter the cloud roll. However, the path of cultivation was not always smooth sailing. Luck was also a part of it. 144 people began to draw lots to test their luck. There were a total of 144 lots, from number 1 to number 144. Number 1 would fight number 2, number 3 would fight number 4, number 5 would fight number 6, and so on. 143 would fight 144. Chunzong drew lot number 35, so his opponent was naturally number 36. However, since everyone was conservative about the lot they drew, Chunzong did not know who drew lot 36. But no matter who it was, Chunzong was fearless. He fought and won. The third stage of the promotion round began. The first round of the promotion round, number 1 against number 2. Soon, number 1 and number 2 leaped up from different directions and landed on the 10,000-meter wide ring. They faced each other from 1,000 meters away, their eyes shining brightly as they collided with each other. Number 1 was a disciple of the Origin Cloud Roll, Lei Gang, who was ranked 64th and whose cultivation had reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Number 2 was one of the 72 people who passed the preliminary round, Feng Xiao, who was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Lei Gang and Feng Xiao had the same cultivation, so the winner would be decided in other aspects. With a low roar, Lei Gang erupted with an astonishing momentum. As the clouds surged, there seemed to be lightning arcs leaping. He unsheathed his long saber and slashed out. It was as if a thunderbolt tore through the sky. It was incomparably dazzling, and an astonishing sound like a demon's voice poured into Feng Xiao's mind. The wind elementalist had rich battle experience. His eyes narrowed slightly as he unsheathed his long sword. Like a gust of wind, it cut through the air with astonishing sharpness, bringing along a sword pressure that was as frightening as a wind blade as it pierced out. Lei Gang's thunder saber and Feng Xiao's wind sword bloomed with astonishing power at this moment. Almost everyone's eyes widened as they stared with rapt attention. The saber light was like lightning, while the sword chi was like the wind. Whether it was Lei Gang or Feng Xiao, both of them had used their full strength. Whether they were using their full strength or not was unknown, but at the very least, they were using 80% of their strength. The saber light was like a bolt of lightning piercing through the air, one saber strike after another. Not only was it extremely fast, but its power was also extremely tyrannical, capable of destroying everything in its path. Even if there was a mountain in front of it, it would be smashed to smithereens. Feng Xiao's sword brought about an endless storm of sword chi that swept out in all directions, forming an astonishing sword chi tornado that filled the air, covering a radius of 100 meters and constantly colliding with the lightning saber light. Shatter, regenerate. An extremely terrifying force blasted out in all directions. The astonishing saber light and sword shadows tore the arena apart, leaving behind a series of ghastly scars. This kind of power caused the eyes of the eliminated disciples to twitch in shock. Strong. Too strong. Feng Xiao used his full strength, causing his sword to completely disappear, as if he was wielding a gust of wind, constantly tearing the sky apart, each of his sword strikes incomparably sharp. Feng Xiao's strength was indeed astonishing. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Transcendent Realm, and he had cultivated a spirit grade top rank secret art to the 15th stage. His spirit energy was extremely pure, and his extraordinary force, wind force, had also reached the 6th stage. However, Lei Gang's strength was even higher. With the same cultivation, Lei Gang had cultivated a spirit grade top rank secret art to the 16th stage, causing his spirit energy to be even purer and his overall strength to be even more tyrannical. Fight, fight, fight! As a disciple of the Cloud List, Lei Gang had already cultivated one of the 5 white cloud paths, the refining cloud path, and had even displayed a 5th-grade secret art, Thunder Demon Hand. As his saber slashed down, countless white clouds condensed out of thin air and fell from the sky. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts also gathered in an instant, transforming into a majestic saber light. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, it was as if the world itself was about to collapse. Feng Xiu used his full strength and unleashed a 5th-grade secret art, slashing out with his sword. This sword strike condensed the essence of the flying cloud path's upper stage. The sword strike, the wind and clouds, shattering the sky. Wind and thunder, saber and sword. As they collided, countless clouds exploded and filled all directions. The shocking power destroyed the mountains, and countless forces tore the sky apart, leaving behind shocking traces. Thump, thump, thump. Feng Xiu could not stop himself from retreating. After retreating for more than 10 meters, a figure burst out from the clouds like an arrow shot from a powerful bow. The arm that swelled and thickened, with pitch-black lightning arcs jumping around, held a long saber. The saber was surrounded by countless lightning bolts. It was Lei Gang. As he slashed out with his saber, the lightning saber light tore the sky apart and blasted toward Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu struggled to lift his sword to meet the attack, but the sore body was shaken off. The terrifying saber light brazenly attacked and sent Feng Xiu flying. There was a saber scar on his chest, as if his body was about to be split into 2. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Feng Xiu flew out and almost fell out of the arena. Although Feng Xiu was severely injured, he still had the strength to continue fighting. However, he was obviously no match for Lei Gang and could only admit defeat helplessly. Fortunately, even if he admitted defeat now, it did not mean that he had lost all his chances. In the end, he still had a chance to enter the cloud list. A burst of power surged and fell on Feng Xiu's body. Feng Xiu's pale face quickly recovered, and the shocking saber wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 30 breaths of time, the obvious saber wound had completely disappeared and the injury had been healed. This was the ability of White Cloud Floating Island. After all, White Cloud Floating Island was a rare treasure that was connected to White Cloud Mountain. Because of this, it had such a magical ability. If it was taken to other places, it would be useless. It was also because of this miraculous ability that they could heal injuries in a short period of time. It could be said that as long as they didn't die, all injuries could be healed. This allowed the disciples to fight at ease and fight wholeheartedly. They wouldn't be restrained because of anything. Feng Xiu's recovery had nothing to do with the next battle. Number 3 and Number 4 had already appeared in the arena. However, Number 3's cultivation was at the early Transcendent Realm 9th layer, while Number 4's cultivation was at the late Transcendent Realm 9th layer. The obvious gap in cultivation also brought about a gap in strength. Therefore, in less than 10 moves, Number 3 was defeated and Number 4 won, placing her on the cloud list. In the third match, Number 5 versus Number 6, with Number 5 winning. In the fourth match, Yunyanxin was Number 7. Her opponent was the 68th on the previous cloud list, whose cultivation had reached the peak Transcendent Realm 9th layer, even stronger than Yunyanxin, who was at the early Transcendent Realm 9th layer. Those who could be ranked on the cloud list were already very strong, enough to challenge those above their realm. After several years of cultivation, their cultivation had improved further, and their strength had only increased. However, Yunyanxin's talent was much higher, and she had completely mastered the essence of the Flying Cloudway. She had also comprehended the 7th layer of her wind force. At the beginning, the battle between Yunyanxin and the 68th on the previous cloud list was extremely fierce, but as time passed, Yunyanxin gradually grasped the rhythm and gained the upper hand. With a slash of her sword, the wind and clouds surged, as if she was flying through the sky. The 68th on the previous cloud list was directly sent flying by the slash, and all the strength in his body collapsed. Without any resistance, he fell from the ring and was defeated. With Yunyanxin successfully ranked on the cloud list, Chun Zong smiled, feeling happy for senior sister Yu. Battle after battle, Su Ling fought against Xia Minglang. Unfortunately, Su Ling was defeated by Xia Minglang. Su Ling was very angry about this. He had been cultivating hard for more than a year in order to defeat Chun Zong and wash away the shame. But now, he was defeated before he could even fight with Chun Zong, and he was defeated by a new disciple. In another battle, Yu Shuiyuan, who was ranked 5th on the previous cloud list, defeated his opponent with a tyrannical posture and strength, showing the amazing demeanor of the top 10 on the cloud list. There is no doubt that Yu Shuiyuan would occupy one of the spots on the final cloud list, and his ranking would even be higher. According to the experience of the previous batches, the top 10 of the cloud roll would rarely be shaken. Most of them could continue to take the top 10 of the cloud roll. Even if there were accidents, the top 10 will be taken by the newcomers who were at the bottom. Battle after battle, it was soon the turn of the 35th contestant, Chun Zong. Chapter 1172. His aura was like that of a tiger's, tyrannical and ferocious, spreading out in all directions as if a tiger was roaring in the forest. Chun Zong, the shame of my defeat in the past will be wiped away today. Gao Leping's eyes seemed to carry the majesty of a tiger as he roared out in a deep voice. After a few years, not only had Gao Leping's cultivation and strength improved significantly, but his temperament had also become much calmer. This was directly related to one's experience and tempering. Bring out your full strength, Chun Zong said unhurriedly. Compared to a few years ago, Gao Leping's strength had indeed improved greatly, even surpassing some early 9th layer Transcendent Realm Heaven-grade disciples. But compared to Chun Zong, the gap was even greater. If Gao Leping were to use his full strength, Chun Zong would have to use everything he had, including his fierce tiger bloodline. Gao Leping knew that he had indeed improved greatly, but it seemed that Chun Zong had also improved greatly, so he wasn't confident he could defeat him. Since that was the case, Chun Zong decided to stimulate his bloodline. Fierce tiger bloodline explode. Gao Leping's body trembled. An extremely terrifying aura instantly exploded. His robe fluttered as if it was being blown by a gale. The astonishing aura was like a raging storm that blasted out in all directions, causing the void to tremble. A blood-red light swept out from Gao Leping's body, filling his entire body as the vague image of a blood-red tiger appeared beside him, adding to his aura. As soon as he activated his bloodline, Gao Leping's aura doubled and his strength soared. This was also the reason he was able to defeat ordinary early 9th layer Transcendent Realm Outer Sect disciples, allowing him to contend with ordinary mid-9th layer Transcendent Realm Outer Sect disciples. This fist of mine is a bloodline martial skill. I'll defeat you with one punch. Gao Leping let out a loud roar, and his tyrannical spiritual power and bloodline power merged into one, surging like a torrent, surging towards his right arm like a biting cold blade pushing forward. Fierce tiger, dominating mountain. The strength in Gao Leping's body condensed into an incomparably tyrannical force that blasted out from his fist. Incomparably fierce. The tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth. One could vaguely see a huge blood-red tiger's head bombarding the sky, as if it wanted to shatter the space. The extremely terrifying power directly covered a radius of 10 meters. In other words, everything within a radius of 10 meters was under the power of this punch. Only those who moved 10 meters away could avoid this attack. This attack was extremely powerful and domineering, as if it could easily shatter a mountain. It also contained a trace of willpower impact, which made Chun Zong feel as if there was a blood-red phantom of a fierce tiger in his sea of consciousness. It was roaring with its head raised, full of vigor, and was about to attack his spiritual willpower. Unfortunately, Chun Zong's soul had been liquefied. His spiritual sense was extremely powerful, and his willpower was also unprecedentedly strong. This blood-red tiger phantom could not shake him at all. With a single thought, Chunzong's terrifying spiritual force crushed the blood-red tiger phantom, causing it to disappear completely. At the same time, Gao Leping's extremely powerful punch also blasted out. The astonishing fist pressure squeezed out from all directions and directly bombarded Chunzong's body, as if it wanted to shatter Chunzong's body. It had to be said that the power of this punch was indeed very strong and exquisite. It was a bloodline martial skill, but also a martial skill that belonged to Gao Leping himself. There was no such thing as a rank. The strength of this punch was directly related to Gao Leping. This punch was enough to defeat many ninth-layer Transcendent Realm early-stage Outer Sect disciples and even threaten many ninth-layer mid-stage Outer Sect disciples. But for Chunzong, it was not enough, far from enough. What really interested Chunzong was the power behind this punch. Under Chunzong's powerful spiritual sense, he had already seen through it. There was no need to use much strength. Only a chi-refining cultivator's spirit energy was needed. The sword left its scabbard. The Grade 3 spirit artifact, Profound Light Sword, shot out like an aurora from its scabbard, a dazzling sword light piercing through the sky like a meteor, bursting forth with a tyrannical sharpness. Wherever the sword light passed, an ear-piercing sound rang out. The tiger phantom was pierced through by the dazzling sword light, and a terrifying sword chi surged out, directly crushing the tiger phantom. Straight through. Gao Leping's punch was directly penetrated, and all the power behind it dissipated. The sword light pierced through Gao Leping's shoulder, piercing through his shoulder blade. The sharp pain caused Gao Leping to let out a miserable groan, his face suddenly turning pale and cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Since this floating cloud island had a miraculous ability to heal injuries extremely quickly, Chunzong did not hold back. After the sword pierced through his shoulder, Gao Leping was very clear that his strength was really not as good as Chunzong's. Victory and defeat, it was so simple. Chunzong was listed on the cloud list and was waiting for the final, while Gao Leping was eliminated and had no chance to be listed on the cloud list. It was not that Gao Leping was too weak, but that Chunzong was too strong. This guy's strength is expected to reach the top 20. An inner sect disciple nodded secretly and said, "Indeed, it should not be a problem for him to reach the top 20, but it's a bit difficult for him to reach the top 10. Another inner sect disciple also said, "A loss was a loss," and Gao Leping did not say any harsh words, because he had clearly recognized the gap between himself and Chunzong. However, Gao Leping was not discouraged and continued to work hard. Although he was not as good as Chunzong, he could surpass others. In the path of cultivation, a temporary competition was not the most important, but the competition of a lifetime was the most important. After winning a battle and being listed on the cloud list, the following battles in the third stage had nothing to do with Chunzong, and he only needed to be a good audience. Chunzong was also very curious about the strength of the top 10 on the cloud list, especially the top 3. However, until now, only Yu Shuiyuan, who was ranked 5th on the cloud list, had fought. The other 9 had not fought yet. But next, the top 10 on the cloud list would fight one after another. Even the top 20 on the previous cloud list were very strong, and their martial arts attainments were very high. In the next battle, Baicia fought. Her opponent was not on the previous cloud list, but his cultivation was not low, having reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer. Facing Baicia, who was ranked 3rd on the previous cloud list, even though he was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer, he could not help but feel a little nervous. It cannot be helped. The 3rd place on the previous cloud list was very powerful, and it was very difficult to challenge them. It was almost impossible to succeed. If there were no accidents, the top 3 on the current cloud list should be born from these 3 people. Standing in the arena, Baicia remained motionless. Her body was surrounded by a faint light, like moonlight. She looked like a moon goddess, making people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Facing Baicia, Those who did not have a strong will would not be able to maintain a stable state of mind, and it would be difficult for them to exert their full strength. Taking a deep breath, they tried to adjust their state of mind and calm down. "Senior Sister Bai, please enlighten me." As soon as his voice fell, this person immediately condensed his spirit energy and used a secret technique, bathing his whole body in a white light, as if thousands of clouds were surrounding him. "Please," Baisia said, her faint voice filled with coldness, making people feel as if they were bathing in moonlight. Calm. This peak, transcendent realm 9th layer cultivator used a secret technique and 100% of his spirit energy to send out a palm strike. The huge palm print was earth-shattering, and its power was terrifying to the extreme, causing the sea of clouds to churn and mountains to collapse. Facing this tyrannical palm, Baisia's expression did not change in the slightest. She simply waved her hand lightly, as if she was plucking a string, and a beautiful and intoxicating sound faintly rang out. The air seemed to be plucked like a string of a zither, releasing a sharp aura that tore through the sky. Chi. A subtle sound rang out as the huge and powerful palm print, filled with terrifying power, was suddenly cut like tofu. That extremely sharp aura came charging at him, and he could not dodge it. It landed on his body, but did not tear his body apart. Instead, it wrapped around him and threw him out of the arena. Shenzong's eyes lit up slightly. The application of power contained in this move was very clever. Sure enough, the third place on the previous cloud list was no small matter. However, Shenzong was even happier. Therefore, it was difficult to find an opponent, and Baisia would obviously be a good opponent. After a few battles, another top 10 on the cloud list took action. Zhu Liwen, the 8th place on the previous cloud list, defeated his opponent in one move. Gao Hongjing took action. He did not even use the Scarlet Dragon Sky splitting spear. He directly swung his arm in place of spear, and with a bang, the sky shattered as it flew towards his opponent. It was too fast and domineering, directly sealing the space in front of him and suppressing his opponent with an astonishing momentum, making it difficult for him to move. He was directly swung by Gao Hongjing's arm, and all his defenses collapsed in an instant. He was sent flying, spinning in midair as blood spurted out from his mouth. He directly flew out of the ring and fell to the ground, rolling a few times on the ground in an extremely sorry state. Miserable, very miserable. Everyone's eyelids trembled unconsciously, and it was a ghastly sight. Gao Hongjing's attack was too ruthless. Although the injury could be healed quickly, such an outcome was terrible and no one was willing to bear it. Gao Hongjing sneered and turned around to jump down from the ring. One had to be prepared to bear the consequences when fighting with him. It was Fu Yunxiao's turn to take action. As the first place on the previous cloud list, Fu Yunxiao's reputation was the highest, and his deterrence was also the strongest. "Senior brother Fu, please show mercy." The person who fought with Fu Yunxiao was unfortunately one of the people on the previous heavenly roll and was ranked 36th. In the previous cloud list, he had fought with Fu Yunxiao and knew how powerful Fu Yunxiao was. The memory was still fresh in his mind. Even though his strength had improved significantly over the past few years, he was still no match for Fu Yunxiao 5 years ago, let alone now. "Go ahead," Fu Yunxiao said, neither slowly nor quickly, and his voice was as light as the wind. Fu Yunxiao's coldness was different from Baisia's coldness. Baisia's coldness was a kind of coldness, like the bright moon. Fu Yunxiao's coldness was a kind of arrogance that came from his bones and soul, originating from his outstanding talent and powerful strength. First place on the cloud list. That was one of the reasons why Fu Yunxiao could be cold and arrogant, and also one of the sources of his confidence. Fu Yunxiao's opponent attacked with his full strength. However, before the attack could reach Fu Yunxiao put his finger together like a sword and stabbed lightly. The stab was silent and casual, as though it had pierced through the void. It directly crushed and penetrated the opponent's extremely tyrannical attack that was like a flash flood. Fu Yinxiao's opponent was like a hot knife through butter. Chapter 1173. The third stage of the advancement match ended with the outcome of the 143rd and 144th contestants. Some of the matches were ordinary. After all, when there was a huge disparity in strength, the opponent would usually be defeated in one move. However, some of the matches were very intense. When both parties were of similar strength, they had to give it their all in order to win. As the third stage of the advancement match ended, the 72 people on the cloud roll were born. However, these 72 people had yet to be ranked. The final match of the fourth stage was the cloud roll ranking match. It would determine everyone's ranking on the cloud roll. Among the 72 people who were listed on this year's cloud roll, a total of 54 of them were from the previous cloud roll, while 18 of them were from this year's newcomers. From this point, it could be seen how powerful the previous cloud roll was and how extraordinary this year's newcomers were. Among the 18 people, Chun Zong was one of them. Yin Xin was also one of them. Xiaoming Lang was also one of them. Those who lost in the advancement match might not necessarily lose because of their strength. It could also be due to luck. The elder spoke in a loud voice. Therefore, before the final match of the fourth stage, those who lost will have a chance to challenge someone on the cloud roll. If they win, they will be listed on the cloud roll. If they lose, they will be eliminated completely. No one was surprised. It had been the same for the previous outer sect competition. This was also the reason why no one was too upset after being defeated. It was because there was still a chance to salvage the situation. The challenges had begun. Although it was said that everyone who lost in the third stage had a chance to challenge, not everyone would do so. They knew their own strength and the opponent's strength. However, there were also some who felt that they were not weak, but were unlucky to have drawn a strong opponent. Those who lost were full of confidence. There were 72 people on the cloud roll. The difference in strength between the first and the last was huge. Although the final match had yet to be determined and the ranking was not clear, it could be seen who was stronger and who was weaker among these people. Naturally, one would challenge those who were weaker so that one could be listed on the cloud roll. When the challenge match ended, there was another change in the cloud roll. 9 people were defeated. They had really failed to make the cloud roll. The 9 of them looked upset. Being listed on the cloud roll was an honor in itself. One could also receive a handsome reward from a sect. Now, they had no chance. As for the 9 people who won the challenge, they were overjoyed. Regardless of their final ranking on the cloud roll, at least they were listed on the cloud roll. Some were happy while others were sad. The fourth stage of the finals began. It's finally starting. I feel like I've been waiting for a long time. The most exciting part is about to come. The group of outer sect disciples were all excited and filled with anticipation. In the outer sect tournament, the first elimination round and the second preliminary round were nothing much to watch. The third round of the promotion round was starting to get exciting, but the fourth round of the finals was the most exciting part of the tournament. The reason why the inner sect disciples had come to spectate was for the finals of the fourth stage. The fourth stage of the finals was not as simple as the previous stages. It used a point system. The so-called point system meant that 1 point would be awarded for each victory, and no points would be awarded for a loss or a draw. The final ranking would be based on the number of points one had. The one with the highest number of points would naturally be ranked first, while the one with the lowest would be ranked last. As for how to earn points, it was very simple. Every person on the cloud roll had to fight with 71 people other than themselves. The highest score they could get was 71 points. Everyone had to fight 71 times. No matter how much they tried to hide their strength, they had no choice but to reveal it one by one and even use all of their trump cards. Each of the 72 people on the cloud roll received a number plate. It was a public number plate. Shinzong's number plate was number 18. Starting from number 1, he could choose his opponent. Other than himself, he could challenge anyone from number 2 to 72. 72 white clouds floated in the air around the 10,000-meter arena. The disciple on the first white cloud swept his gaze across, looking for an opponent. Although everyone had to go through 71 battles and fight with the other 71 people, no one liked to lose. Therefore, they had to choose a suitable opponent from the start and obtain victory. This would build up their confidence and momentum. To a certain extent, it would raise their fighting spirit and allow them to unleash their strength more fully. If they were defeated from the start, it would affect their fighting spirit. They did not have to wait for long. In just 10 breaths, number 1 had chosen his opponent. Number 7. Number 7's cultivation was not as good as number 1. Secondly, from the previous battles, number 7's strength was not as good as his. Number 1 and number 7 both leaped from the white clouds and landed on the arena. Fight! There was no need to say anything. As number 1 had expected, number 7's strength was indeed inferior to his. After a fierce battle, number 1 gained the upper hand. In less than 60 breaths, number 7 was defeated and number 1 won. Number 2 chose his opponent. While number 1 was observing and choosing his opponent, number 2 had already chosen his opponent, number 10. Unfortunately, after a fierce battle, number 10 won by a narrow margin. Number 3 versus number 13, number 3 won. Number 4 versus number 20, number 4 won. Number 5 was called Ho Wu. He ranked 24th on the previous cloud roll and had extraordinary strength. The opponent he chose was number 18, Chunzong. I know that you have yet to use your full strength. However, you can only unleash your full strength now. Otherwise, you will lose without a doubt. Ho Wu stared at Chunzong as he firmly declared. His tone was filled with confidence. He ranked 24th on the previous cloud roll, and his cultivation was at the peak of the transcendent realm. His strength was far superior to ordinary peak transcendent realm cultivators. With great strength came great self-confidence. Ho Wu was very confident in himself. Even if his opponent was in the top 10 of the previous cloud roll, he was confident he could challenge them. Chunzong had also seen Ho Wu's battle and knew he was indeed extraordinary. Although he hadn't used his full strength, he was still able to see the big picture. I hope you won't let me down, Chunzong responded unhurriedly. These were sincere words. He hoped that Ho Wu would use his full strength, but when they fell into the ears of others, they inevitably sounded a little arrogant, especially Ho Wu, who was very unhappy. Smiling coldly, a trace of ferocity flashed across his eyes. Ho Wu made up his mind to teach this arrogant man a lesson. Bending his knees slightly and lowering his body, Ho Wu looked like a beast that had locked onto its prey. A tyrannical spirit energy burst out from his body like a volcanic eruption, causing the entire ring to shake and space to shatter. Ho Wu's entire body transformed into a meteor, carrying an earth-shattering momentum as he mercilessly slammed towards Chunzong. Amidst the blazing light, Ho Wu's bent arms suddenly straightened, his 5 fingers forming claws that tore through the sky. Like a tiger's claws, as sharp as an eagle's claws, there was even a trace of cloud energy swirling around them, giving off a bewildering aura. Profound martial arts, tyrannical strength, and the power of an 8th-order wild beast, this blow was extremely powerful. It was Ho Wu's full strength. Like a tiger, like an eagle, like a cloud, Ho Wu's attainments in martial arts were extremely profound. At the transcendent realm, the truly profound masters often absorbed the essence of the martial arts they cultivated and evolved them to better suit themselves, allowing them to display greater power. Ho Wu was such a profound master. Ho Wu's aura covered his entire body, and a pair of gloves instantly appeared on his hands, releasing a tyrannical aura. A 7th-grade spirit artifact. A 7th-grade spirit artifact possessed the strength of an ordinary 7th-layer transcendent realm cultivator. Although it was nothing to a 9th-layer transcendent, when superimposed on one's own body, it was still a considerable strength, especially in certain combat situations where it was enough to turn the tide of a battle. Ho Wu had to admit that he was a very scheming person. As soon as he attacked, he was empty-handed at first, and only when he was about to hit Chunzong did he use his 7th-grade spirit artifact and superimpose his strength, hoping to destroy all of Chunzong's defenses in one fell swoop and defeat Chunzong with absolute strength. If Chunzong's strength was similar to Houwu's, then Houwu might have been able to succeed. This blow also allowed Chunzong to see Houwu's true strength. Houwu was indeed not weak, but compared to himself, there was still a big gap. However, Chunzong didn't show any intention of using his full strength, instead only using his qi refining cultivation. The profound light sword transformed into a dazzling beam of light and shot out from its scabbard, instantly piercing through the sky. Its aura was incomparably sharp, and its sword light fluctuated unpredictably. Chunzong's current qi refining cultivation was at the peak of the 8th layer transcendent realm, which wasn't high. It could be said that he had the lowest cultivation on the cloud list. Even in the outer sect, there were several hundred disciples whose cultivation was higher than Chunzong's. However, Chunzong had cultivated the White Cloud Extreme True Art to the 17th layer, which was one of the best among all the outer sect disciples. After all, it was extremely difficult to cultivate the 18th layer of a spirit grade secret art. Much more difficult than cultivating the 17th layer because once one succeeded, they would be able to grasp the secret art's meaning and increase the purity of their spirit qi by 1-fold. Even with Chunzong's amazing perception, after more than a year of cultivation, he had only managed to raise the White Cloud Extreme True Art from the 15th layer to the 17th, still a thin line away from the 18th layer. Chunzong estimated that this thin line would take at least half a year to break through, but there was a possibility that it would take even longer. Of course, if he could find an opportunity, he might be able to break through in a shorter time. Because of the purple cloud black star flame's purification, the purity of Chunzong's White Cloud Extreme True Spirit Qi was comparable to that of an 18th layer White Cloud Extreme True Spirit Qi. Chunzong had also cultivated the Heart Sword's force to the 8th layer. Chunzong had cultivated the force of White Cloud to the 7th layer. Chunzong had also cultivated the force of Flame to the 7th layer. With the fusion of these three transcendent forces, their power increased by several times. However, Chunzong didn't fuse these three transcendent forces, only fusing the Heart Sword's force and White Cloud's force while concealing the force of Flame. Combining these two forces together with his brilliant sword art and the third great accomplishment stage of the Sword Dao, the power he displayed was incomparably astonishing. As the sword pierced out, the tip of the sword trembled slightly and changed unpredictably. Two crackling sounds could be heard. Houwu's all-out attack of a brilliant martial art was hit by the tip of the sword in an instant. Like a popped bubble, the power dissipated. Chapter 1174. His legs were like dragons and pythons, stirring up an incomparably violent air current. The air current contained an astonishing amount of power, frenziedly grinding everything in its path. It was as if numerous large white pythons were coiling around Chunzong, wanting to grind him to death. Houwu's speed of changing moves was extremely fast, and there were no flaws in the connection. His two legs smashed forward, and the power was even more tyrannical than his hands before. The destructive power was incomparable. Chunzong moved his feet smoothly, and his sword trembled slightly. He instantly attacked, under the control of the sword with his heart. It was extremely agile and flexible. What a high level of sword principle. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly. As an elder of White Cloud Mountain and a veteran Saint Realm Master, he naturally had good eyesight and a high level of martial Dao. Fu Yunxiao's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Chunzong and Chunzong's sword. He felt an indescribable, mysterious aura from Chunzong's sword. It was not the aura of a sword, but the aura of sword principle. His high level of sword principle was even higher than his own. For a moment, Fu Yunxiao's interest was piqued, but only slightly. After all, although Chunzong's strength was good, it was far from enough in Fu Yunxiao's eyes. The corners of Gao Hongjing's mouth curled up into a cold, domineering smile. Bai Xie's expression was calm, and her aura was cold. Chunzong used his high level of sword principle to explain the true meaning of a sword in hand is unbreakable by 5 feet. The brilliance of using one's heart to control the sword was that one could master the unbreakable sword ring of 5 feet. As the name implied, within a radius of 5 feet, the longsword would not be able to break through the defense of one sword ring and injure one's body unless the power exceeded one's tolerance limit. Now, with a sword in hand, no matter how hard Ho Wu attacked, Chun Zong blocked all of his attacks with just the sword in his hand. This scene caused everyone to be endlessly shocked. What a terrifying level of attainment in sword principle. How can he be so powerful? Gao Leping smiled bitterly. It turned out that the gap between him and Chun Zong was so big. Even if he used all of his strength, he couldn't do anything to Ho Wu. Now, even if Ho Wu used all of his strength, he couldn't do anything to Chun Zong. Ho Wu himself was extremely shocked as well. After all, his strength wasn't weak, and his martial techniques were extremely exquisite. The flawless combination of his hands and legs caused him to erupt with a terrifying might that was like a violent storm, a tsunami, and a landslide. Even if it was a real mountain, it would be able to collapse and shatter it. But now, he couldn't even break the sword circle created by someone whose cultivation was lower than his. Secret technique: Giant Beast Aura. Ho Wu let out a low roar, like the roar of a giant beast. An incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly burst out from his body, covering his whole body. Vaguely, one could see the shadow of an unknown giant beast appear on his body. In an instant, Ho Wu's aura skyrocketed. Giant Beast Aura. This was a powerful 6th grade secret technique, which Ho Wu had obtained through a fortuitous encounter in the past 2 years. Boom! Boom! Ho Wu attacked again under the influence of the behemoth's anger. Every attack became extremely violent, and the power of every attack was greatly increased. It was at least several times stronger than before. With this kind of strength, if it was increased by several times, its power would be even more terrifying. Chun Zong suddenly felt the pressure. The unbreakable sword circle was not really unbreakable. It was an extremely brilliant sword control technique, a very mysterious technique. There were 2 ways to break the unbreakable sword circle. The first way was to have a higher martial Dao realm. Naturally, one could see the shortcomings of the unbreakable sword circle and use a more brilliant technique to break it. The second method was to use absolute strength to break through everything, regardless of the realm of the martial way or the level of the technique. It was to use brute force to break through everything. However, Chun Zong's sword principle realm, sword control with the heart, had reached the highest level of the 3rd level. If one wanted to surpass him in martial Dao realm, one had to reach the 4th level. As for the technique, Chun Zong's technique was even more brilliant. He had also reached the peak of the 3rd level. In other words, one could not break the unbreakable sword circle without reaching the 4th level. However, the 4th level of the martial Dao was something that many Saint Realm Masters had not reached. As for the power of absolute power, no one knew how tyrannical it was. Of course, there was actually a 3rd way to break the unbreakable sword circle. That was to continuously attack with great power to consume Chun Zong's strength. Maintaining the unbreakable sword circle consumed mental power. The weaker the opponent's strength, the less mental power consumed. The stronger the opponent's strength, the more mental power consumed. With Ho Wu's strength, even if he used the secret technique, Giant Beast Chi, to increase his strength, he could not make Chun Zong consume much of his mental power. After continuously attacking for dozens of breaths, he still could not break Chun Zong's sword circle. Chun Zong could not even move an inch. Chun Zong was also sure that Ho Wu really did not have any other means. The thousands of sword lights surrounding him suddenly condensed into an extremely majestic sword. Countless clouds surrounded it, exuding an amazing halo. The sword slashed down. Break! This sword strike seized the best opportunity. It was the moment when Ho Wu took a break after a series of attacks. In essence, a cultivator was still a human being, but a human being who had become stronger had all the advantages and disadvantages of a human being. The power was endless, but it could not be truly endless. Especially when attacking with full strength, it could be maintained for a period of time, but it could not be maintained for long. There was always a break to buffer. Powerful people would shorten this break to the extreme, making it look like there was no break, and even use all kinds of methods to cover it up. In Chunzong's eyes, Ho was not good enough. Therefore, Chunzong immediately grasped the opportunity. The old force was gone, and a new force was not yet born. The timing was just right. Facing Chunzong's sudden sword strike, Ho Wu's face suddenly changed. He only felt that his surroundings were sealed, and there was no way to dodge. He could only resist, forcing himself to erupt with power. Regardless of the burden on his body, he crossed his arms in an attempt to block this majestic sword light. However, since Chunzong had counterattacked, this sword strike was not so easy to block. Cut! Ho Wu's arms were suddenly split. The strength on them exploded, and his arms were also shaken off. The majestic sword light directly bombarded Ho Wu's chest, and he flew backward. His body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning, and he could not help but spit out blood. But in fact, Ho Wu was not seriously injured, because Chunzong only used the cultivation of qi refining. The falling dark light sword was lifted up, and the cloud-white sword qi, like a waning moon, tore the sky and attacked Ho Wu again. This sword strike carried an amazing impact, and Ho Wu's body kept flying backward. The third strike, Ho Wu directly fell out of the arena. Chunzong won and got 1 point. It seems that this is almost Chunzong's strength. I think so, even if it is not his full strength, at least 80%. He hasn't used the secret method yet. Counting the enhancement of the secret method, he should be hiding more than 20%, maybe 30%, or even 40%. For a moment, many people made the judgment that Chunzong's strength was almost at this level. Even if he hid some of his strength, it should not be much more than what they speculated. With such strength, there should be no problem for him to be in the top 20 of the cloud roll, but it would be very difficult for him to be in the top 10. For a moment, everyone's attention and curiosity about Chunzong plummeted. Illusory Cloud Path Lord smiled faintly. Others might not have been able to tell, but as one of the strongest cultivators of White Cloud Mountain, his level and vision were naturally extraordinary. He could see that Chunzong's body contained an extremely terrifying power that had yet to be unleashed. In other words, Chunzong's hidden strength was more than what everyone had guessed. 20% or 30%. Fantasy Cloud secretly guessed. The so-called 20% or 30% did not mean Chunzong's hidden strength, but the strength that he had just shown. Little did he know that although Fantasy Cloud had overestimated Chunzong, in fact, he had still underestimated him. After all, Fantasy Cloud did not know that Chunzong had comprehended such a terrifying cultivation method as the heart-calming sword. Chunzong did not care whether others were paying attention to him or not. Ho Wu's strength was not enough, and there would be stronger opponents in the future, such as Bai Xie, Gao Hongjing, Fu Yunxiao, and the others. It was not worthwhile to show his strongest strength now. Hiding some strength could be used as a trump card. Su Ling was surprised and doubtful. Ho Wu's strength was undoubtedly much stronger than his, and Chunzong's defeat of Ho Wu was not so overwhelming. However, more than a year ago, Chunzong's aura that shocked him to the point of fainting was so powerful. After more than a year, how could his strength not have improved significantly? Could it be that Chunzong was hiding more strength? Did he have a bigger plan? Su Ling only felt that his mind was in a mess. The battle continued, one battle after another. Some people won, and some lost. Yun Yinxin's opponent was a disciple on the cloud list this year. His cultivation was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th level, higher than Yun Yinxin, and he was also very strong. However, Yun Yinxin was stronger. After a quarter of an hour of fierce battle, Yun Yinxin blasted out with his sword, bringing with it an astonishing surge of wind and clouds. He was extremely powerful and defeated his opponent, obtaining 1 point. Dalord Huan Yun glanced at Yun Yinxin. Xia Minglang also successfully defeated his opponent and obtained 1 point. Among the 72 people on this year's cloud list, the strongest were still Bai Siye, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao. The gap between their strength and the others was too big. Therefore, most people were not willing to challenge them at all. If they did, they would lose. However, according to the rules of the fourth stage of the finals, everyone had to fight with the other 71 people one after another. It was unavoidable. Chunzong was number 18, and it was soon his turn to challenge. Chunzong chose number 20, a peak transcendent realm 9th level cultivator. His opponent was still unable to do anything to him when he used the unbreakable sword circle. He seized the opportunity to defeat his opponent with a single sword strike. Of course, at the beginning, everyone could try to avoid the three strongest people and only choose others as their opponents. Therefore, for a period of time, Bai Siye, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao would not be challenged. However, the three of them had to take the initiative to issue challenges. Bai Siye chose her opponents casually. Although it was said that she chose them casually, she still avoided Gao Hongjing and Fu Yunxiao. These two were very strong, and even if they wanted to fight, they would leave it until the end. However, the person who was chosen by Bai Siye as her opponent had a bitter expression. He knew that there was a big gap between his strength and Bai Siye's. "I admit defeat," the person said directly. The gap in strength was too obvious, and it would be useless to fight. It was better to admit defeat and preserve one's strength. Chapter 1175. The child has a fever of more than 40 degrees. After being busy for half a day, I feel that my body has been hollowed out. Dominator of 6 realms can't write more. Resume normal update. Although some people admitted defeat in the duels of the cloud list, many of the battles were very exciting. Soon, it was Gao Hongjing's turn to choose his opponent. Gao Hongjing's body was strong, and his aura was extremely overbearing. It spread in all directions. When he glanced over, the crowd immediately felt extremely oppressed. Everyone who was swept by Gao Hongjing's gaze couldn't help but feel their hearts beating wildly. An indescribable feeling welled up from the depths of their hearts. It seemed to be throbbing. Only a few people remained calm and composed when facing Gao Hongjing's gaze. One was Bai Siye, another was Fu Yunxiao, and the last one was Chunzong. Gao Hongjing glanced at Bai Siye and Fu Yunxiao. Although Gao Hongjing wanted to challenge Fu Yunxiao and defeat him, Fu Yunxiao was very strong. It was not that easy. Now, it was only the first battle. There was no need. Immediately, Gao Hongjing's gaze stopped on Chunzong's face. His gaze became sharper. It seemed that he was going to choose Chunzong. This scene made many people secretly relieved. At the same time, they felt that Chunzong was very unlucky. Although Chunzong would fight with Gao Hongjing sooner or later, there was still a difference between sooner and later. Chunzong was not afraid at all. He looked at Gao Hongjing directly. If Gao Hongjing really wanted to choose him as his opponent, Chunzong would not admit defeat. Fight! Gao Hongjing was indeed very strong, but Chunzong was not afraid at all, because he was not weak either. Only by fighting could they know who would win. Gao Hongjing seemed to have felt the fighting desire in Chunzong's eyes. He was slightly stunned, and his pupils contracted slightly. Chunzong was not afraid of him at all. He even had a trace of fighting desire. Was he overestimating himself? Or was he confident in his own strength? If it was the latter, it meant that he had hidden more strength than he had imagined. However, no matter how much he hid, he was still no match for Yi Shiwen. This was self-confidence, supreme self-confidence, an unshakable self-confidence that was like an immemorial mountain. "You're too weak right now. You're not qualified to be my opponent." Gao Hongjing sneered at Chunzong. "Either you show me more strength that is enough to attract my attention, or you challenge me yourself." Everyone knew that Gao Hongjing wouldn't choose Chunzong as his opponent. Then, who would be his opponent? Immediately, everyone's hearts were raised again. "Then, I'll pick whatever I want." Gao Hongjing grinned. His eyes shone with a cold light as he pointed his finger at random. Gao Hongjing casually pointed his finger. Every time he pointed at a person, the person who was pointed by Gao Hongjing's finger would tremble slightly. Their expressions would change slightly, and their hearts would abruptly contract. Only when his finger pointed at someone else did they let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they were cowards, but that Gao Hongjing was too strong. The problem was that when they fought with Gao Hongjing, which one of them wasn't seriously injured or even embarrassed, in the end, they would rather fight with Fu Yunxiao than Gao Hongjing, because Gao Hongjing's attacks were too violent and merciless. On the 9th time, his finger pointed. "It's you," Gao Hongjing said. The person who was chosen was shocked. He revealed a bitter smile and said, "Senior brother Gao, I'm not your opponent. I admit defeat." Gao Hongjing sneered. He didn't say anything, but everyone could see the contempt in his eyes. The person who admitted defeat had an ugly expression on his face, but he didn't dare to say anything. The gap between their strength was too big. Not long after, it was Fu Yunxiao's turn to pick his opponent. Fu Yunxiao wasn't as high profile as Gao Hongjing. He casually pointed at a person not far from him. "Senior brother Fu, I admit defeat." The person immediately said. After that, no one admitted defeat. Regardless of the result, it was still a battle. The first round of the finals ended. Some people won and received 1 point, some lost and didn't receive any points. There were also some who drew and didn't receive any points. Before the start of the second round, everyone's strength and injuries had recovered, so it wouldn't affect the following matches. The second round still began with number 1. After the first round, number 1 had rested for a long time and watched a lot of battles, so he had a good idea of how to choose his opponent. Battle after battle continued. This time, Chunzong's opponent was number 12. Number 12 wasn't on the previous cloud list, but his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Transcendent Realm. He had also cultivated the White Cloud Extreme True Art to the 16th stage and comprehended the power of white clouds to the 7th layer. When the battle began, number 12 knew that Chunzong's strength wasn't bad, so he used his full strength as soon as he attacked. White clouds surged forward like a surging tide, carrying with them a terrifying force. Each wave of energy was tyrannical, condensed from number 12's strength, seemingly capable of destroying everything in its path. This kind of offensive was completely different from Ho Wu's attack just now. It wasn't a point-to-point attack, but rather an area of effect attack. This was also the method number 12 came up with to break Chunzong's sword ring. Would it work? Chunzong's expression remained calm and indifferent. Facing number 12's tidal wave of attacks, he simply slashed out with his sword. The sword light scattered in all directions, forming a 5-foot sword circle. Instantly, it resisted the raging tide that was pushing towards them. The raging tide surged past them. It was like a wave crashing against a reef, rushing past an immovable reef. As it turned out, the sword ring was still unbreakable. Without a higher realm, skill, or absolute strength, it was impossible to break Chunzong's sword ring. The only way to break it was to continuously attack and consume Chunzong's strength. But number 12 obviously wasn't enough. However, Chunzong didn't fight back immediately. Instead, he took advantage of number 12's increasingly violent attacks to sharpen his sword ring and eliminate as many flaws as possible. In many people's eyes, Chunzong's sword ring had no flaws, but Chunzong sensed that his sword ring was still incomplete and could be perfected. 15 minutes later, number 12 had used his secret method, but he still couldn't break Chunzong's sword ring. And Chunzong's sharpening had come to an end. Counterattack. Following a slight flaw in number 12's attack, number 12 attacked with his sword. This sword was extremely mysterious. All of number 12's strength was shattered. Number 12's sword went straight in. An extremely tyrannical force burst out from number 12's sword, instantly tearing apart number 12's defense. Defeated. Chunzong got 3 points. Number 13, number 14, number 15, one challenge after another. It was number 18's turn again, Chunzong. Without any hesitation, Chunzong picked a random opponent and performed a 5-foot-long sword ring. Number 12 couldn't break it all. After a series of fierce attacks, Chunzong found a flaw and defeated number 12 with a counterattack, gaining 4 points. I figure out Chunzong's style. First, he performs the sword ring to defend himself. When number 12's attack stops, he seizes the opportunity to fight back. A disciple said confidently, thinking that he had figured out the secret. That's right. When dealing with Chunzong, we must grasp the rhythm and not let him seize the opportunity. It was easy to say, but not necessarily easy to do. What's more, this was only a small part of Chunzong's strength. Yun Yinxin defeated her opponent again and gained 3 points. Senior sister Yu. Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that Yun Yinxin's strength was extraordinary. The stronger her opponent was, the stronger she seemed to be. This meant that Yun Yinxin's strength was not as simple as she had shown. She was even stronger. Yun Yinxin was strong, and Chunzong was happy for her. Xia Mingling's strength was also very strong. He won consecutively and gained 3 points. It had to be said that Xia Mingling was indeed very outstanding among the new disciples. So far, he was considered the most outstanding new disciple. Even among the veteran disciples, he was extremely outstanding. Xia Mingling is expected to be in the top 10. Yes, he's very strong. In this year's batch, Xia Mingling is the most outstanding, followed by Yun Yinxin and Chunzong. The others are just average. Chunzong is just SOSO, if this is his strength. There were a lot of discussions, and naturally, Chunzong heard them. Chunzong was not upset at all. It was as if he didn't hear them. It didn't matter what others said. What was important was oneself. When it was by Xie, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao's turn, no one took the initiative to challenge them. However, when they challenged others, they all admitted defeat. One match after another, the second round of the finals came to an end. In each round, being challenged and challenging others could earn 2 points at most. However, if you lost, you wouldn't get any points. After 2 rounds, there were not many who could maintain a winning record. The third round began. In each round, every disciple would appear in their best condition. Chunzong still won 2 matches. Yun Yinxin also won 2 matches. Xia Mingling also won 2 matches. They all got 6 points. Some people were surprised that Chunzong could win 6 matches in a row and get 6 points. The fourth round, Chunzong won another match and accumulated 7 points. Number 33 chose Chunzong as his opponent. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Number 33, named Su Qinglin, was ranked 15th on the last cloud list. His strength was not comparable to Ho Wu's. Chunzong's winning streak is about to end. Su Qinglin's strength is extremely strong. He should be able to break Chunzong's sword circle. Once the sword circle is broken, Chunzong will be defeated. That's right. Su Qinglin also practices swordsmanship. His swordsmanship is extremely brilliant. He will definitely be able to break Chunzong's sword circle. To many people, the sword circle displayed by Chunzong was a kind of swordsmanship. It was a kind of swordsmanship with impenetrable defense. Only those who were skilled in martial arts could see that it was not a kind of swordsmanship, but a kind of extraordinary skill under a high level. Su Qinglin practiced swordsmanship, but his swordsmanship realm was not as high as Chunzong's. He had only reached the 2nd level of swordsmanship. Your sword circle is indeed brilliant, but my swordsmanship is even better. Su Qinglin was full of confidence. His words revealed a trace of shocking sharpness. Those who practiced swordsmanship needed to have a clear mind and cultivate the spirit. Only then could the sword be incomparably sharp. Su Qinglin's tone and eyes revealed amazing confidence and willpower with a terrifying sharpness. This showed that Su Qinglin had brilliant attainments and belief in swordsmanship. Perhaps this would be a good opponent, but he did not know how much strength he could use. Could he deal with him with only the cultivation of qi refining? Chapter 1176. 5,000 meters up in the sky was blue and the sun was hanging in the sky. Its light was dazzling, scorching, and dazzling, illuminating everything. On the 10,000-meter-high arena, two figures faced each other from a distance. Su Qinglin blinked his eyes, and his pupils became as sharp as a sword, emitting a cold light. Sword chi pierced through the void and shot straight into Qinzong's eyes. Those who practiced the sword had a sharp aura, and their eyes were as sharp as a sword that had been unsheathed. When combined with a unique technique, they could cultivate the eye sword. If the opponent's spiritual will was not strong enough, they would be frightened by the eye sword. It would be as if they were being cut by the sword, and it would be difficult for them to use their full strength. The sharper the eye sword, the more profound the sword cultivator's understanding and mastery of the sword Tao. It also meant that the sword cultivator's willpower was stronger. In most cases, Su Qinglin's eye sword was successful, but it didn't work on Qinzong. Su Qinglin was secretly shocked. He restrained the sharpness in his eyes and waved his right hand, leaving afterimages. His fingers grasped the hilt of his sword and slowly pulled it out of the sheath. A ray of dazzling blue light rippled out like water. An astonishing chill spread out and swept in all directions. The temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. The sword was emitting a green light. Its body was very thin and slender. Traces of terrifying power lingered around it. A grade 8 spirit sword. It had the strength of an ordinary transcendent realm level 8. Basically, the top 10 on the cloud roll all had grade 9 spirit weapons, while the 11th to 20th had grade 8 spirit weapons that could significantly increase their strength. The long sword was unsheathed and sword chi shot out. Then, Su Qinglin's wrist shook and the sword trembled, leaving behind a blurry illusion as it shot out. The sword was like an illusory cloud. It was changeable and shockingly sharp. Qinzong could tell at a glance that Su Qinglin also cultivated the illusory cloud way and should only be in the upper part. The illusory cloud way was the main transformation. If he practiced the sword, he would have the sharpness of a sword. Qinzong also cultivated the illusory cloud way and had already mastered the essence of the upper part. Now, he had comprehended most of the essence of the middle part. In terms of attainments in the illusory cloud way, he was better than Su Qinglin. The cyan light was as changeable as the clouds, covering Qinzong from all directions. It was like the fluctuation of clouds and mist, but it also had the sharpness of a sword. It was as if it was going to pierce thousands of holes into Qinzong's body. His feet did not move, and his body did not move. The black-light sword was unsheathed, and the blade seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a beam of light in the sky. An extremely ear-piercing sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, surging through the sky, and ripples spread out like ripples on water. Su Qinglin launched dozens and hundreds of attacks with his sword. They surrounded Qinzong, but were all blocked by Qinzong's sword. The sword's circle reappeared. It was as if a large number of pebbles had been thrown into a calm lake, creating countless ripples. Su Qinglin was a little surprised that he was unable to break through the sword's circle with one strike. However, it was only a little surprise. After all, this strike was just a probing strike. Su Qinglin's expression was solemn, and his eyes were sharp. A sharp light shot out from his eyes like cold lightning. His aura became even sharper in an instant, as if invisible sword chi was cutting through the void. Kill! With a low shout, it was as if the wind and the clouds were surging and the thunder was splitting the sky. The momentum was terrifying. The green light exploded, bursting out with an incomparably shocking power, bringing along layers upon layers of misty sword shadows. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. It was as if the clouds in the sky were constantly changing. It was also as sharp as a gust of wind. The speed of the sword was amazing, and its power was tyrannical and extremely sharp. Even the disciples who were far away from the arena could feel the terrible power contained in this sword, as if it was going to tear them apart. What kind of sword pressure would Qinzong bear the brunt of it? However, Qinzong looked indifferent, as if he did not feel the slightest pressure. Su Qinglin's extremely fierce sword attack came, but Qinzong waved his sword and blocked it accurately. The 5-foot-long sword circle still did not break. Ding! Ding! Su Qinglin's spiritual power burst out, and his body seemed to turn into a blue cloud. Countless sword lights burst out like thousands of clouds falling down and like a torrential downpour. Such an attack was much fiercer than Ho Wu's. If it were Ho Wu, he would probably be defeated in less than 3 breaths. However, after 10 breaths, Qinzong's 5-foot-long sword circle still did not break. Su Qinglin's attack became sharper and more powerful, and Qinzong's figure was swallowed up and disappeared. Only the dense sound that made people's scalp numb kept surging. Everyone stared at it with their eyes wide open, but they could not see Qinzong. They did not know whether Qinzong's unbreakable sword circle had been broken or not. 30 breaths. It lasted for 30 breaths, which showed Su Qinglin's amazing endurance and terrible attack. Like a blue cloud surging, it kept changing in the air and retreated quickly. Su Qinglin attacked wildly, but he was unable to break through Qinzong's sword circle. While feeling incomparably shocked, he also recalled that the people who had been defeated by Qinzong before had been defeated because Qinzong had grasped a trace of an opening and counterattacked. Then, he could not give Qinzong this opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment before his energy was exhausted, Su Qinglin immediately retreated and pulled away from Qinzong, so that Qinzong could not catch a flaw and immediately counterattack. In this way, he could regroup and burst out again. When Su Qinglin retreated, Qinzong, who had been motionless, suddenly took a step forward. His footsteps were unpredictable like clouds, making people feel that he was unfathomable. It was as if he was stepping on clouds without any force and would fall at any time, but he was very stable, making people tremble in fear. The black light sword broke through the air with a beam of stunning sword light. The sword light was like a rolling white cloud that was unpredictable, and it directly enveloped Su Qinglin's entire body. Illusory cloud path. Su Qinglin was shocked and hurriedly waved his sword to resist. However, Qinzong's illusory cloud path was superior. Qinzong's sword principle was superior, and Qinzong's attainments in swordsmanship were superior. In other words, except for his cultivation level, Qinzong was superior to Su Qinglin in all other aspects, which was enough to make up for the difference in cultivation level. Previously, Su Qinglin only felt that Qinzong's swordsmanship defense was amazing and difficult to break through. After experiencing it personally, he was even more impressed. The sword circle sword technique was difficult or even impossible to break through. What he did not expect was that Qinzong's counterattack was so exquisite that it seemed to be superior to his. Platinum sword body. Su Qinglin had already cultivated the platinum sword body to the phenomenal success stage. Once he used it, a platinum light immediately covered every part of his body. This platinum aura was not only astonishingly sharp, but also provided a layer of protection for Su Qinglin to better protect himself. Once the 5th-grade secret technique, Platinum Sword Body, was used, Su Qinglin's strength increased significantly. When he counterattacked with his sword, the sword light was dyed with a layer of platinum and became even sharper. Illusory Cloud 9 turns. With a low shout, the long sword hummed and turned into a platinum cloud. In an instant, it changed 9 times. Every time it changed, its aura would be strengthened. After the 9th change, the aura reached its peak and the sword was chopped down. It was like a blow from heaven. After the changes reached the peak, it turned complicated into simple, and the sword was majestic. Chop! With a roar, it was like a thunderbolt from the 9th heaven. The power was extremely terrible, and Su Qinglin had used up all his strength. Everyone stared at it with their eyes wide open. The power of this sword had already made the top 10 on the last cloud list feel a little pressure. Would Qinzong be able to block this sword? If he could not block it, it meant that Qinzong's strength was limited. If he could block it, it meant that Qinzong's strength was higher than everyone's guess. Xiao Minglang narrowed his eyes and stared at Chunzong. He remembered that back then, he had broken the record and wanted to receive 16,000 contribution points. In the end, someone called Chunzong beat him to it. Since then, Xiao Minglang had remembered the name Chunzong. However, as time went by, there was no more news about Chunzong, and Xiao Minglang forgot about him. More than a year ago, it was said that Chunzong defeated Su Ling, who was ranked 70th on the cloud list, with a single stroke, and even made Su Ling faint with his aura. Although he was not sure if the news was true or false, this name came into his mind again. After more than a year, this person did not have any obvious actions, and Xiao Minglang forgot about him again. Now, he had entered the cloud list with him, and he had won consecutive battles. Furthermore, they were disciples of the same batch. Xiao Minglang had to pay attention to him. Su Qinglin's strength was very strong. If it were Xiao Minglang, he would not have much confidence to defeat him. Xiao Minglang also felt great pressure from this sword. He was not completely confident that he could block it. Then, could Chunzong block it? Chunzong's eyes flashed. This sword was indeed very exquisite. He had mastered the essence of the upper part of the illusory cloud way and created this move, the illusory cloud 9 turns. 1 turn, 1 change, 1 change, and 1 change increased the power. In the last turn, whether it was the aura or the power, it was raised to the extreme. This sword was exquisite and powerful, but Chunzong was not afraid. So far, Chunzong had only used part of the strength of qi refining, and even not all of his strength. However, the power of this sword was indeed very strong. Chunzong had to use more strength to deal with it. Spiritual power surged and burst into the dark light sword. The sword trembled. The dark light sword was only a 3rd grade spiritual sword. It could no longer keep up with Chunzong's pace. However, Chunzong did not dare to use the Nirvana evil sword. This was not the Canglan world, but the much stronger Lingwu holy world. There were many saint realm powerhouses and even great saint powerhouses. It was difficult to guarantee that they would not be tempted by the Nirvana evil sword. After all, in Chunzong's opinion, the Nirvana evil sword was stronger than the Scarlet Flame sword. It might even be a saint weapon. The Nirvana evil sword could not be stored in the storage ring, so Chunzong temporarily left it in the Cloud Hall. As for the Scarlet Flame sword, it was a half-step saint weapon. It was very powerful. Chunzong did not want to use it at the moment. Firstly, in the outer set competition, Chunzong wanted to rely on his own strength. Unless the opponent was too strong, so strong that he had no choice but to use the Scarlet Flame sword. Secondly, the Scarlet Flame sword was very precious. If he could not use it, he would not use it. As a trump card, he would avoid unnecessary covetousness. However, if it was only to deal with Su Qinglin, there was no need to use the Scarlet Flame sword. Illusory Cloud, Sky, Slashing Sword. This was a peak-grade spirit-grade sword art that Chunzong had cultivated long ago. He had grasped the true intent of this sword art, and after countless battles and massacres, his Tao of the sword had improved greatly. The level of this sword art was much higher than before, and it was infinitely close to being a peak-grade spirit-grade sword art. When this sword was unleashed, it seemed to have a familiar and unique charm. Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. Chapter 1177. Chop, chop, chop. Like a hot knife through butter, nothing could stop it. Everything was torn apart by the white line of sword light. In terms of strength, there was not much difference, but in terms of technique, there was a clear difference. Chunzong had always been good at defeating the strong with the weak. Shatter. Tear. Su Qinglin was sent flying. The second sword slashed out, and the sword disappeared into the sky. The sword chi was so majestic that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. In the third strike, the sword chi transformed into a sword net that covered the sky. As soon as Chunzong counterattacked, Su Qinglin's rhythm was immediately disrupted and controlled by Chunzong. After 3 consecutive sword strikes, Su Qinglin's attack was disintegrated, and his defense was also disintegrated. He was then forced to retreat. This is a good opportunity. Seeing that Chunzong did not attack again, Su Qinglin took the opportunity to quickly recover. Just as he was about to attack again, he suddenly found that he was already outside the ring. Falling off the stage was equivalent to losing. Su Qinglin was stunned at first. He found it hard to believe. He felt that he shouldn't have lost just like that. However, it was a fact that he had fallen out of the ring. No matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't change it. Moreover, he had already challenged Chunzong, so he couldn't challenge Chunzong again. There was no possibility for him to turn the tables. Su Qinglin's heart was filled with unspeakable depression and unwillingness. "You're lucky this time," Su Qinglin said to Chunzong. "Lucky?" Chunzong couldn't help but smile, but he didn't answer. "Idiot." Gao Hongjing directly spat out 2 words. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it. They thought he was talking about Chunzong, but some people were confused. It seemed that he was talking about Su Qinglin. Su Qinglin's strength was not bad, but he could not compare with Chunzong. Although it seemed that Chunzong defeated Su Qinglin with some luck, the real smart people could see that Chunzong was relaxed. First, he defended. Su Qinglin was helpless as the sword circle was not broken. Then he counterattacked. He directly disrupted Su Qinglin's rhythm and took control of the battle's rhythm. Brilliant! This showed that Chunzong was very experienced and talented in fighting. It was a pity that he was not strong enough. Otherwise, he might have been a good opponent. A few disciples who were ranked high on the previous cloud roll thought to themselves. True cultivators were not afraid of challenges and setbacks. They all hoped to fight with different powerful opponents. Only then could they fully hone themselves. If Chunzong was stronger, with his amazing fighting talent and experience, he would be a good opponent. The 4th round ended, and the 5th round began. Chunzong won 2 more rounds in a row. From the beginning to the end of the 6th round, Chunzong won 2 more rounds in a row. An unstoppable winning streak. There were 6 rounds, and each round was worth 2 points. Now, Chunzong had 12 points. However, Xiao Minglang did not. Instead, he lost a match and received 11 points. As for Yun Yanxin and Chunzong, they were the same. They both received 12 points. As a result, Chunzong received more and more attention. After all, there weren't many people who could win consecutively. The 7th round, the 8th round, the 9th round, the 10th round. By Xie, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao almost didn't fight because their opponents admitted defeat one by one. They got points for nothing. However, no one had any objection. That was the result of their strength. In the 10 rounds, Xiao Minglang lost 4 matches and only got 16 points. Yun Yanxin kept winning consecutively and got 20 points. As for Chunzong, he also won 20 consecutive matches and got 20 points. As Chunzong had guessed, Yun Yanxin was not weak. The stronger the opponent, the stronger Yun Yanxin was. His tenacity was amazing. No matter how difficult the battle was, he could find a chance to defeat his opponent in the end. As for Chunzong, none of the opponents he encountered in the last 10 rounds were in the top 10 of the previous cloud roll. Therefore, he won consecutively. Some people said it was strength, while others said it was luck. The 11th round, number 48 chose Chunzong as his opponent, which caused an uproar. Number 48, Su Yi, ranked 9th on the previous cloud roll. There was no luck in the top 10 of the cloud roll. It was all about strength. Su Yi always had a smile on his face. He looked very approachable. In the arena, Su Yi was facing Chunzong. Because of his smile, his eyes were slightly narrowed. He looked very happy. "Chun Shidi, I watched your battle. Your strength is really good." Su Yi put his hands behind his back and said with a smile. His tone was neither fast nor slow, neither high nor low, which made people feel comfortable listening to him. "I feel that you haven't shown your full strength yet. I wonder if you will still hide your strength in this battle? That depends on senior brother Su's strength." Chunzong also responded with a smile. Interesting. Su Yi was not annoyed at all. Instead, the smile on his face seemed to be more obvious. However, the other disciples under the arena were different. Most of them were annoyed. The top 10 of the previous cloud roll had a lot of supporters. Chunzong's tone sounded very simple, but the content was very arrogant. At least for many people, it was very arrogant. On the one hand, he admitted that he had hidden his strength. On the other hand, it seemed that he did not take Su-yi seriously. I think he is absolutely no match for senior brother Su. That's right. I'm also very sure that he is absolutely no match for senior brother Su. If he can defeat senior brother Su, I will perform sword swallowing on the spot. One of Su-yi's supporters was so excited that he danced and shouted loudly. In the arena, Chunzong and Su-yi naturally heard this person's voice. Senior brother Su, in order to prevent your supporters from performing sword swallowing on the spot, you have to do your best. Chunzong smiled and said it half-jokingly. That depends on Chun's shitty strength. Su-yi cleverly responded with Chunzong's previous words. Unknowingly, the two of them had a verbal confrontation. However, no one gained the upper hand. Senior brother Su, please. Chun shitty, please. The two of them spoke at the same time. In a flash, Su-yi, with his hands behind his back, stepped out continuously. Every step he took, there would be ripples spreading out. Layers of ripples were like ripples, as if he was stepping on water. He quickly approached Chunzong. In a flash, Su-yi's speed increased by dozens of times. Behind him were countless phantoms, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. In an instant, Su-yi showed an amazing speed, which was extremely fast. Amazing speed. Senior brother Su's amazing speed has appeared again. Under the arena, the disciples who supported Su-yi were all very excited. In the previous cloud roll, Su-yi defeated his opponents one by one with amazing speed and finally ranked 9th. When Su-yi's speed burst out, Chunzong was also surprised. Fast, really fast, like a gust of wind passing by. When describing people's speed, they usually said it was like the wind. However, it was just like the wind. Now, Su-yi's figure and speed were like the real wind. Likeness and authenticity were two different concepts. In a flash, Su-yi appeared in front of Chunzong, only a few inches away. Chunzong could clearly see the subtleties of Su-yi's face, and also saw Su-yi's eyes squinting because of his smile. However, as if it was an illusion, Su-yi's figure faded, like a ripple, and disappeared. His real body was nowhere to be found. Senior brother Su's speed is even faster. It's hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. I don't know where he is at all. Under the arena, everyone was shocked. They stared with their eyes wide open, but they couldn't find where Su-yi was. Like the wind, it filled every corner of the arena. Chun shitty, can you find where I am? Su-yi's voice sounded, but it was erratic, as if it came from all directions and floated into Chunzong's ears. It had to be said that Su-yi's speed was really amazing. Once he showed it, his figure was everywhere. Under normal circumstances, when facing such an opponent, there was no way to deal with it, unless, directly, a large-scale attack. But with the speed Su-yi showed, a large-scale attack would have to at least cover the entire arena. Otherwise, it would be difficult to hit Su-yi. Such a large-scale attack was not something a transcendent could perform. However, under the cover of Chunzong's extraordinary spiritual sense, no matter how fast Su-yi was, he couldn't escape Chunzong's lock. Where his real body was, Chunzong could easily find it. This feeling was as if he was standing on a high vantage point, looking down from above, and controlling everything. However, because of Chunzong's spiritual sense, Su-yi couldn't detect it at all. Even a half-saint powerhouse would find it difficult to detect Chunzong's spiritual sense. With this point alone, Chunzong had the advantage. Standing in place, Chunzong didn't move. The profound light sword was still in its scabbard. Chunzong's whole body was in a relaxed state. His expression was as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest ripple. In an instant, Su-yi appeared behind Chunzong and made a feint attack, but didn't really attack. His purpose was to test whether Chunzong could react. However, Chunzong didn't react at all, as if he didn't notice. But Su-yi was very vigilant. He didn't really launch an attack, but after a feint, he instantly moved away and appeared above Chunzong. Test, test, test. After several consecutive tests, Chunzong was still indifferent, as if he really didn't feel anything, which made Su-yi suspicious. Su-yi had always been an easygoing person, but he was actually more suspicious. The more Chunzong didn't react, the more suspicious he was, and the less he dared to attack directly. In the eyes of most people, they didn't know what was going on because they couldn't find where Su-yi's real body was. They only saw Chunzong standing still. He must be scared silly. In front of senior brother Su's wind-like speed, he can't even react. One by one, the disciples who thought Chunzong wasn't that good said one after another. Could it be that this person really can't detect Su-yi? Some of the stronger disciples were secretly puzzled. Judging from the previous 10 rounds of battle, Chunzong was obviously not weak. If it was in the last competition, he could have been ranked in the top 15 or even close to the top 10. He shouldn't have been completely unaware and unresponsive when facing Su-yi. But now, Chunzong's performance made people unable to fathom it. Yunyanxin couldn't help but feel a little worried, but he also felt that Chunzong shouldn't be unable to fight back. For dozens of breaths, Su-yi was moving at high speed. In all directions, and even in the sky, there were shadows of him everywhere, but they were all fake. Chapter 1178. Hundreds of figures surrounded in all directions with different postures. Every one of them looked so real that it was hard to tell them apart. Su-yi's real body appeared behind Chunzong. He raised his right hand and put his 5 fingers together. His palm was facing forward with a cloud-white luster. He slapped quietly and quickly toward Chunzong's heart on his back. This slap was ingenious. Not only was it silent, but once it hit, the defensive spiritual energy would also be destroyed instantly. If it hit the back, the spiritual energy would shake the whole body and make the target lose the ability to resist in an instant. This would make it easier for him to attack later. After all, Su-yi had always been suspicious and cautious. When the slap was about to hit Chunzong's back silently, suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared. It was very dazzling, as if it had been there for a long time to block Su-yi's slap. Su-yi was shocked, but he did not panic. He immediately unleashed a tyrannical power, and the light from his palm became even more intense and dazzling. It went from light to incomparably heavy, and from silent to sudden shocking momentum. It was as if a huge wave was crashing from afar, sharp and majestic. The sound alone made many people feel dizzy. They could only hear the fierce roar in their ears and couldn't hear anything else. Then, a pair of thin gloves appeared on Su-yi's palm, bursting with amazing power. It was a 9th-grade spiritual weapon. Although he didn't know why, since the original plan had failed, he might as well defeat Chunzong directly with tyrannical power. The light flowed on the dark light, sword like water. The sword vibrated at a high speed, bursting with amazing sharpness. Su-yi's extremely powerful palm strike landed directly on the sword. The sword was bent and almost stuck to Chunzong's back, but its power was constantly weakened by the high vibrations of the sword. Chunzong used his ingenious technique to divert the power, and the remaining small part was withstood by Chunzong's strong physique, leaving him unscathed. Su-yi was very surprised that his slap was blocked. Although he was best at speed, the power of his attack was not weak. At least in the last cloud list, it was enough to rank in the top 15. However, not only had Chunzong caught his attack and intercepted it, he had even blocked it when he had unleashed his full power. It was simply unbelievable. In an instant, the top 10 on the previous honor roll narrowed their eyes. They had fought with Su-yi before, and they knew Su-yi's strength very well. Moreover, Su-yi's strength had only become stronger after 5 years. As expected, Chunzong was not that simple. From the looks of it, he should have the ability to challenge the top 10. Being able to challenge the top 10 was a very important mark, a watershed. Moreover, only those who were in the top 10 of this year's Cloud Roll were qualified to enter the Saint Realm. This was even more important than the previous years. Originally, they thought that the top 10 would be fought for by those few people. They didn't expect that Chunzong also had the ability to fight for the top 10. Su Yi attacked 3 times in a flash, but they were all blocked by Chunzong's sword. Su Yi's face turned grim. What a powerful defense. Even senior brother Su can't break it. What else can we do? Below the stage, each and every one of them exclaimed endlessly, frightened by the strength that Chunzong displayed. With a burst of speed, Su Yi surrounded Chunzong and transformed into a dozen shadows at the same time. Each shadow launched an attack. Among the dozen shadows, one was real and the others were illusory. However, Su Yi's speed was so fast that he could teleport and appear in a flash. As a result, the dozen shadows seemed to be real, and the attacks they launched were also real. Almost at the same time, Chunzong was facing the attacks of a dozen Su Yis. This was the way Su Yi came up with to break Chunzong's sword circle. Could Chunzong block it? Once again, Chunzong's strength was proved. All of Su Yi's attacks were blocked by Chunzong's sword, and Chunzong's body did not move at all. Although he did not use his body refining cultivation, Chunzong always had a strong body, so he could withstand stronger attacks. Although Su Yi's strength was very strong, it was still impossible for him to break Chunzong's sword circle. Dozens of breaths. Su Yi attacked for dozens of breaths, but he still could not break Chunzong's sword circle. It felt like he was hitting a turtle shell. No, it was worse than hitting a turtle shell, because Chunzong's sword could appear anywhere on his body, and there was no blind spot in his defense. After a series of fruitless attacks, Su Yi's face became more serious. He increased his speed and distanced himself from Chunzong, appearing in the distance. Chun Shidi, the defense of your sword circle is really amazing. This time, Su Yi showed a bitter smile. Su Yi's speed was unfathomable to many people because it was too fast. It was not easy to deal with Su Yi. Speed was what he relied on. Today, Chunzong's sword circle defense was also unbreakable for many people. Even with Su Yi's amazing speed, he could not break Chunzong's sword circle defense. How could he break Chunzong's sword circle? Senior brother Su's speed is also amazing. Chunzong smiled. Su Yi's speed was really fast. Chun Shidi, next I'm going to use all my strength. Su Yi's face became serious, and he said seriously. His eyes, which had been squinting, suddenly opened and emitted a sharp light. Senior brother Su, please. Chunzong also became serious and looked forward to it. That's not senior brother Su's full strength. Many disciples under the arena were surprised. In this way, we can see how much Su Yi's strength has improved in the past 5 years. Some of the top 10 on the last cloud list said secretly. Every top 10 on the last cloud list was a strong competitor for the top 10 on this year's cloud list. Their strength, skills, and trump cards were all paid more attention to. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blew slowly and became fierce. It was like a gust of wind blowing on the arena, turning into a storm, sweeping over wantonly. Endless wind came from all directions, blowing towards Su Yi. Su Yi became the center of it all. Under the endless storm, Su Yi's body gradually floated into the air. This scene immediately caused everyone to feel astonished. As everyone knew, Transcendence couldn't really fly. They had to rely on other means, such as White Cloud Mountain's Flight Spirit Artifact, etc. Even a half-step, Saint couldn't fly with their own ability. Now, Su Yi was floating in the air without the slightest fluctuation of a spirit artifact or White Cloud Mountain. It was as if Su Yi had merged with the wind between heaven and earth. This aura, Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. It's the aura of heaven and earth force. Obviously, Su Yi had also obtained a kind of heaven and earth force. At least, it should be the wind, a kind of heaven and earth force. Heaven and earth force. A group of knowledgeable disciples were also slightly surprised. Heaven and earth force existed between heaven and earth. It was born naturally between heaven and earth and was very difficult to find. To obtain heaven and earth force required great luck and opportunity. In the entire White Cloud Mountain, there were more than 10,000 outer sect disciples. However, those who obtained heaven and earth force and were known by others were very few. Moreover, each of them was very strong. As for the inner sect, no one knew. No matter what, it was enough to show how precious heaven and earth force was. In the outer sect major competition 5 years ago, Su-Yi didn't use any heaven and earth force. Now that he did, it meant that Su-Yi had encountered an extraordinary opportunity and obtained heaven and earth force. It's not that simple. Not only did Su-Yi obtain a kind of heaven and earth force, he also obtained a corresponding secret skill. Ning Tianming, who ranked 4th on the previous cloud ranking, narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "With heaven and earth force, if there was a corresponding secret skill, one could unleash even more mysterious power." "Chinshidi, I'm coming." Su-Yi's voice became even more fleeting. Almost at the same time as his voice faded, his figure had already disappeared. He closed in on Chunzong, bringing with him an extremely terrifying sharpness that could cut through everything in the world. Heaven and earth force, coupled with a corresponding secret skill, not only increased Su-Yi's already astonishing speed, but also gave Su-Yi an astonishing sharpness. It was as if his hands had turned into swords that could cut through everything. Chunzong's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Su-Yi's strength was enough to threaten him now. However, facing Su-Yi, whose strength had increased tremendously, Chunzong still didn't intend to use his full strength. He still displayed the 5-foot sword circle. The stronger the opponent's pressure, the better the sword circle's sharpening effect. An area of 5 feet was completely enveloped by the sword ring, blocking Su-Yi's increasingly swift and sharp attacks one after another. However, every time it blocked, Chunzong could feel the terrifying power passing through the sword body and rushing towards him. The speed was extremely fast, and he had to spend more of his mind to grasp and defend. Unknowingly, the consumption of his mind increased. However, Chunzong didn't care. He tried his best to defend against Su-Yi's attacks. His strong physique allowed Chunzong to hold the sword more steadily and better defend against the power of Su-Yi's violent and fast attacks. He still didn't move an inch. Impossible. Su-Yi, who was attacking rapidly, was shocked. One had to know that in this state, his strength had more than doubled, yet he still couldn't do anything to Chunzong. This was simply unheard of. Not only was Su-Yi shocked, but many disciples were also extremely shocked. Even Ning Tianming, who ranked 4th on the last cloud list, was also shocked. How can Chunzong's sword circle defense be so terrifying? Ning Tianming said secretly. He was shocked in his heart. Interesting. Gao Hongjing grinned. His strong aura fluctuated as if it was going to set off a blazing storm. Suddenly, the crowd felt that Chunzong was full of mysteries. When they thought they had seen through his strength, they found that Chunzong showed even more powerful strength, which made it even more difficult for them to see through him. It was even doubtful whether what he was showing now was his full strength. Even if what Chunzong showed now was the sword circle defense and not other strength, it was still shocking. After all, when one's strength reached a high level, it would be extremely shocking. Take Su-Yi, for example. When he didn't use the natural strange wind and the corresponding secret skills, his attack power was relatively ordinary. However, his speed was extremely fast, which allowed him to rank 9th on the last cloud list. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.